There you go. Didn't know when to actually switch over or do anything like that. I was just being a stupid person right then and there. Acted like a dum-dum. But hey, welcome to the stream where we got stuff to talk about. I found this new little thingy that I put up on here. You know, it's pretty cool. It's looks better in person. It's kind of saturated right now. It looks a little fuzzy and blurry. But hey, welcome back to another Chaturday. I'm your host, Derby Werby of Derby Werby. You already know that because you're here. But guys, listen, we got a crazy day ahead of us. Mainly because holy shit balls, the VTubing community literally went up in flames yesterday. And nobody's, anybody that says they saw this shit coming outside of the individuals that were impacted by this shit is lying to you. Okay? Everybody that was not impacted by anything that had to go on here, okay? Anybody, all the normal little people out there, all the people that, you know, just talk drama in the news, blah, 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 who said that they saw all this coming. Nah, that's bullshit. Nobody saw this shit coming, okay? Nobody saw what happened yesterday coming. Anybody that tells you that they saw it coming from blah, 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 bullshit. Flipping bullshit. I already said shit and everything like that, but yeah, I'm not saying the F-bomb just yet because that's a harder one. Anyways, welcome everybody. I see all you guys going on in chat. I saw Alpha Omega. I saw Legatus, obviously. I see Weasel. And I'm not singing that song, Weasel, because whenever I sing that song, it will not get out of my head. By the way, there's a Kick bot. I wish I had a Kick mod or something like that to take care of Kick, but I don't have a Kick mod, so that's that. Anyways, though, what are we talking about today? What are we talking about today? Well, I will just hop right on into it because you guys really need to be aware of this because, oh my freaking god, this destroyed the internet. It's been all over my timeline. I have not stopped talking about this all day, and every flipping minute that I decided, you know what, hey, I'm gonna go do work. Obviously, everybody's just gonna calm down and nothing really crazy is gonna come out next. No, more craziness just kept coming out, and there's still craziness going on. And you're sitting over there wondering what that is. Well, I'll come right on over here. Oh, shit. Wait, no. This is Nimi. Yeah, I kind of bait and switched you a little bit there. But yes, before we get into the big holy shit, I can't believe what's going on here. I did see this yesterday, so there's some good news. There is some good news, guys. I may not have a Kick bot, but I have a Ho bot, says Ho bot. Well, thank you. But anyways, over here, Nimi Nightmare. I know a lot of you guys don't know who Nimi Nightmare is, but if you do, you know who her PL is. Well, she's Nimi Nightmare now. She's a cute little tapir person, but she tweeted this out yesterday. Little lore drop. This might be an unexpected thing for me to announce, but I'm getting married alongside streaming. Having a family of my own has always been a dream of mine. I don't usually talk about my personal life, but it's something that's important to me, and it'll come up sooner or later, so I wanted to go ahead and tell you. As long as there are people cheering for me, I'll keep streaming and trying my best to make you laugh. Thank you for supporting me always, and I hope to keep VTubing through every stage of my life, even when I'm a grandma. So if you're along for the ride with me, I appreciate you so much. That's sweet. See, we got some good news in the world. We got some wonderful stuff. Ignore the fact that Ozzy Osbourne died. Jesus Christ, yet another fucking Kickbot. Holy hell. Legatus, do you know how to take care of the Kickbots? If not, I could do it. I think you could figure it out. It's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, that's a really big spammer too. Like, what's going on over on Kick right now? If you should be a mod over there, Legatus. If not, give me a sec. Mod you. Give me a sec, Legatus. Modding over on Kick is a fucking nightmare. So give me a moment. Rules. Paste. Add. Legatus, you are now a mod over on Kick, so thank you, buddy, and take care of them. on kick, so oh shit, I hear myself again. Fuck off. Anyways, okay, this is nice. You know, outside of Ozzy Osbourne dying, outside of, well, the VTubing community essentially burning down in flames and a massive scandal, the likes of which put anything Niji, Sanji, or Cinder did to shame, we got some nice news. Nimi's getting married. I like marriage, and here, we can all clap and say, yay, marriage, yay! I know it. Listen, I thought this one was actually kind of cute because legitimately, as quite literally, everything's burning down around us. We're like, what the literal hell's going on? Nimi just tweets this out. It's like, oh, well, look at this nice little thing. That's so sweet. There's goodness still in the world. Ignore the fire and brimstone everywhere. She's getting married. Sorry for making any jokes. If Nimi ever sees this, I'm sorry for making some jokes. It's, I had to acknowledge it. It was funny to me, and I wish nothing but the best for her because she's a little tapir. She's a little cutie. And, well, it was funny to see that. But, okay, let's get into the big news, shall we? The thing that will probably encompass not just this stream, but more than likely, I'm going to have to go over there to Alf tomorrow and tell him yet again, hey, I can't play with you because this topic won't stop. Literally, there was one more person that streamed today and left, and I still have to cover that one because I missed her entire stream. That's Hina. But, yeah, there's still more coming out. This topic ain't going anywhere, and it's another confirmation of why you don't get funny with the frickin' charity money. Because the moment you do that shit, you're toast. But I'll come right on over here to this, because this is just next level insanity. Like, I can't believe this is actually happening. So, this is Iron Mouse, okay? And I'm going to turn off my background music just for a little bit. But this is Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse is arguably one of the largest VTubers in the entire world. She is super freaking popular. Everybody knows exactly who Iron Mouse is. She is a literal inspiration because of her debilitating disease that she actually has that is all, oh, I can't remember what it's called. She'll go through it in this video. But it's a disease that's actually, I'm lagging up a little bit. Am I? Okay, I'm good. It's one of those things that the more, she's more prone to infections and things like that. It's, it's all a part of like her immunodeficiency stuff. And she actually became a VTuber, a super successful VTuber, even with all this. Everybody loves frickin' Iron Mouse. Nobody, she's not a she's not a controversial individual. She's super popular, super famous, everybody loves her, and she came out with this saying why I left VShojo. And well, let's play the video, shall we?
Fortunately, I recently found out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by VShojo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today, is owed over $500,000 from VShojo.
Guys, that you didn't mishear that. Legatus over there. Static if you're coming in late. Weasel. You didn't mishear anything she just said there. The immunodeficiency fund that she does work for and raises money for didn't get $500,000 that it was supposed to get. And she'll go deeper into that. But that's really one of the big crux of all this, is this a mega charity that nobody has a problem with. It's like literally St. Jude's over there. Okay, not St. Jude. St. Jude. Problem, but okay, like a charity for for dying kids with cancer. Not exactly this one, but you get the drift here. It's a charity that nobody has a problem with, and you didn't give them the fucking money. This isn't like, you know, Palestine or Israel or Ukraine or blah, 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 any sort of controversial topic. This is literally something that everybody agrees is a good thing. And you fucked it up. How? Well, we'll get into how as the stream continues on, because holy shit.
I know that this is a lot, and it's very important for me to be honest with all of you. I really want to tell you everything, but unfortunately right now, I have been instructed by my attorney to wait for more of the legal procedure to unfold. So one day I will be able to tell you the full story.
I want that story.
But for now, I just need to let you know that I will no longer be a part of VShojo. If you give me a moment of your time, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I know for a lot of people right now that this might be the first time you're ever watching me. I became a VTuber because I really wanted to make friends. I was very lonely due to the fact that I have a primary immune deficiency disease called CVID. I basically have a low to near non-functioning immune system, which means...
See, I do want to point this out real quick, because if you guys aren't reading this, CVID is a relatively frequent form of primary immunodeficiency found in about 1 in 25,000 persons. It might be frequent, but at the same time, just how unlucky you have to be to get something like that. All she wanted was friends. That's all she wanted was friends. She didn't even care about being popular. She just wanted friends.
I get sick a lot, and it caused me to remain isolated for long periods of my life. So then I found streaming, and I thought about giving it a try because I wanted to see if I could make some friends online, because I honestly couldn't ever leave my room. I never really expected to grow an audience or anything. It was one of the last things on my mind. I just thought that I would stream to, 5 to 10 people and just hang out from time to time, make some friends, play games, and just continue on with my life. But unfortunately, I was too scared to stream with my face. So a friend of mine recommended that I try an app called FaceRig that would allow me to use an anime avatar to stream.
God, I'm not gonna lie. This is like the 5th time I've watched this video all the way through, and it always gets me a little... I'm a man, I don't cry, but, I'm sweating from the eyes just a little bit. Bro, all she wanted was to make friends and have fun. That's literally all she wanted, and she became a literal hero to so many frickin' people out there. She was just in a big music video with an actual, like big time pop star rapper person. She was a huge part of that. She's all over the place. People love and adore her because of just how infectious she is. And to see this shit going down, it really hurts. And the more you listen to the video, the sadder it gets. And I'm sorry guys, but you have to watch the video.
Stream. And that's how I started VTubing. It took me a while to take it seriously and even begin to think about maybe being able to grow a community and even make this a career. I think I really started to take it seriously around the time when I was approached to join VShojo, and it was through VShojo that I was able to grow into the Iron Mouse that I am today. When I was approached in 2020 and asked to join VShojo, it seemed like a good idea, but I honestly did not know if I could ever be a corporal VTuber because I felt like I just couldn't. In my mind, I saw myself as unhireable, which is why streaming worked for me. I had no boss, no strict rules, I had no hours, no expectations. it was all up to me, and due to the fact that I have lived my life chronically ill and being unable to do much of anything, I just felt like there was no way that anyone would ever take me or want me.
God damn, I hate this fucking video. Mainly because it makes me sweat from the eyeballs every single time. Because you can hear her little, you can hear her voice crack just a little bit. You could hear just so much about like how she's actually feeling right there. And at the same time, she can't go into, you know, crying VTuber toggle. It's not something she's allowed to do right now. She is forced to have her VTuber have a smile on this entire time. She can't even show like somewhat of how she's actually feeling because of the VTuber model. And that has to make it so much worse. And that's why it cuts deeper just hearing this. And then everything about like she can't do a normal job. Like VTubing is what she could do. She could only really stream. She is, for lack of a better term, she's a bubble child. She can't do a whole lot. In order to see some of her friends and stuff, they have to quarantine on days. She is isolated because of her disease, and this all sucks. That's why people love her so much. She is an inspiration to everybody around her. If she could, she's a literal bubble child. For lack of a better term, I'm not trying to downplay anything. I'm trying to like put this into perspective. And she became one of the largest streamers out there, beating sub counts that Kaisa Net put down. She was the largest sub Twitch streamer for a period of time before Kaisa Net came down and, you know, just regained that. But this is how popular she is. This all hurts. Dermy, you're a bubble child in shape. Screw you, Weasel.
For a while, I was struggling to make a decision because I was afraid about my anonymity and afraid about trusting people, because I felt like every time I put my trust in people, it always ends in grief for me. So I was worried about expectations and 1,000,001 other things. But I ultimately decided to join VShojo. It really pains me that I am unable to fully explain why I am leaving. But for right now, here's what I am allowed to share with you. I would always be told how important I was for the company. And I was always told that
Alpha Omega, yeah. She is forced to reveal who she really is. Because of the legal proceeding, unless VShojo has somewhat of a conscience left and just decides to settle, because of how the legal proceedings are gonna have to go down, no matter what, her real, am I lagging up? I am lagging up a little bit. I think that might be because I power shit. But anyways, she's gonna have to reveal who she really is, and she's terrified of actually showing off like what she actually looks like and stuff like that. That's why she does VTubing. And because of all this, she's now forced to do that. And that, god damn. This is hard. This isn't easy. This is hard to get through. And I see you guys cracking jokes in the chat. 100% going to dox her the first chance they get. VShojo ain't gonna do that shit. If VShojo does that, they're done. That's fucked up. This is not right. Like, it tells you how far it went that she's now having to go this route and potentially dox herself because of all this shit. That tells you just how bad it is.
I was needed in order for the company to succeed. Although that was very positive to hear, it put a lot of pressure and a lot of stress on me to the point where I felt guilt-tripped into signing. I felt responsible for everybody. I felt responsible for staff and talent alike. And I felt like if I didn't do this and if I didn't stay, I was hurting everybody and I was destroying everybody's life. But this didn't feel right with me, and I began to feel extremely uncomfortable. As my viewers know, privacy has always been one of my biggest concerns. I've had a lot of scary experiences in my life, so one amazing thing for me was the fact that VShojo handled all my payments, and it meant that I never had to give out any of my personal information, so that was always a blessing to me. As time
I did see that Alpha Omega, and I do have Mindset's one of his fast facts videos pulled up. I don't know if we're gonna get to it today because there's so much, but God, this thing literally just cuts me to my core every time I hear it.
time went on, I decided that I wanted to try to start pulling out my remaining funds because I wanted to start taking over my own finances. This is what led me to this point. Throughout the years, Connor and I have raised around $4 million for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. The majority of the money raised is through Tiltify at events like the Cyclothon, the charity auction, and other miscellaneous events that we've had. However, because of the success of my first subathon, I decided to donate half the earnings of my following 2 subathons to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. The first time I tried this, it worked great. Over 200,000 people supported me, and because of that, we raised over $329,350 to the Immune Deficiency Foundation.
She actually cares about this foundation too. Like this foundation, she goes on to talk about it, but this foundation helped her out when she really needed it. She really believes in it, and because now like where she is in her life and what capabilities she has, she wanted to give back to something that really meant a lot to her. And to see it go down this route, I swear I'm not crying, guys. I swear. The sweating of the eyeballs. It's sweat. It's masculine. Okay? I'm not crying. But I can't imagine just going through something like this. I can't imagine being put in this position in which you wanted to give back, and because of some of your choices, like I get why she did what she did. I see it. It was a bad choice looking back at it, but hindsight's always 2020, and you're never gonna expect this company that you love so much is gonna stab you in the back so hard without baby oil behind you, and quite literally just not do what you want them to do. Not give this money that you raise specifically for this group of people and just not give that to them. Like, that's insane. Like, this whole organization, I have this pulled up. Iron Mouse went to Congress to talk about this. There's a VTuber in Congress to discuss this issue and to help raise the notion of donating plasma to help out, because Iron Mouse has to regularly get plasma injections. It costs her thousands of dollars to get those injections. It's not cheap. On the actual Immunodeficiency Foundation site, they have an entire area just talk about Iron Mouse and Connor. This is a serious thing for her. And to see VShojo, and I'm already jumping the gun. I know some of you guys don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. I know Alpha's over here, he knows, but to just see this, to see VShojo drop the ball this fucking hard and not pay the money, I don't give a shit. You know what? I'm legitimately willing to bet almost every talent that's leaving right now, every talent that has left, every talent that has an issue with VShojo, if you just gave the $500,000 to charity like Mousy asked, there wouldn't be a big issue right now. You wouldn't have half the garbage you're dealing with right now. Yeah, well, it would probably be there would probably be a major issue going on. Don't get me wrong. People would still probably be calling him out because, well, you're not paying us. But it wouldn't be as big, because this is the real big part of this. This part right here, outside of like not paying your talents, which is still fucked up, but this, you didn't give them money that was supposed to go to a foundation that actually needed it. A foundation that actually does good. A foundation that helped Mousy. A foundation that she truly cares about. You didn't give the money that she told you to give them. And you fucked off with it and did God knows what. Paid your staff. Paid your CEOs. Paid everything else that you needed to pay. But hey, you know, this money that Mousy raised specifically for this foundation, yeah, I'm not gonna give it them. Fuck off. Niji Sanji protected a literal sex pest. Cinder backstabs her friends. We could go down the list of several high-profile VTuber dramas. They all pale in comparison to this. Niji Sanji's looking over here going like, what the literal hell did you do? Fucking VShojo saw what happened last week at Niji Sanji and said, hey buddy, hold my beer. Fuck this shit. Quite literally, I don't know what else to say. I don't know how else to just put it into perspective other than this is fucked. VShojo went from one of the biggest companies out there, one of the, arguably, I would say the big three companies that people wanted to go work for. At one point in time, Niji Sanji was up there, but I'll throw Niji Sanji there because there's still psychos that want to work there. But Niji Sanji, Hololive, VShojo, the big three in a lot of this stuff. The three companies that people just really want to go work for one of those companies. And yeah, you literally burnt your reputation down because of your own inadequacies and your own incapability to actually manage a fucking company. I mean, yeah, but Alpha Omega, I'm gonna agree with you. Like, what they did to Nux was screwed up. I still don't know the fruit stuff. To be honest, I still don't know what's going on there. But like, the Nux thing, what I'm trying to say here is like, with the Nux thing, even Hololive screwed up. Hololive screwed up big time with Kiryu Coco. But at least Hololive still has this really good reputation. VShojo still had a good reputation, even with what they did to Nux. Okay? And I don't know the fruit stuff, so that might be a story for another time. But they still had a good reputation. People still cared about VShojo. And they went literally with one video, one tweet, as Jay would say. They went from one of the top-rated companies to one of the bottom-of-the-barrel scumbaggery. iDubbbz and Anissa are like, shit. I don't know if I freaked out for everybody else. It lagged up for me, but iDubbbz and Anissa are like, shit, man. We fucked up a charity, but we didn't fuck it up that bad. The completionist is over there like, I mean, at least we tried to give money to people. You just absconded with it. This is all fucked.
Because the money came from my Twitch revenue instead of a Tiltify link, it required VShojo to make the donation on my behalf. They promptly sent the payment, and the subathon was a huge success. So I decided to do it again the next year. My last subathon was one of the biggest events I've ever done. The support was overwhelming, and I ended up getting over 300,000 subscribers and breaking the all-time sub record. But this also meant that we had raised $515,000 for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I once again asked VShojo to make the donation on my behalf, but unfortunately, still a year later, VShojo has not paid the charity. The Immune Deficiency Foundation means the world to me.
I should have paused it after she said that last big drop. It's been a literal year. It's been a goddamn year since that last major subathon. They haven't paid it for 1 year. There could be an argument that, hey, we did it next fiscal year, but no, this is actual human years. But even with the argument of a fiscal year, that'd have to be all around Mouse, because that would be a donation from Mouse. Yes, you have to pay it for her, but that's a donation from Mouse. been a year. I remember when that shit happened. I'm pretty sure that all went down in 2023. Not 2024, 2023. This is fucked. She cheated on her husband who was in Iraq, then cried SA and abuse from her husband, which were lies, amaranth with extra. Jesus Christ.
Connor and I have both
Not
spent a
Iron
ton
Mouse
of
there, that was fruit.
energy, time, and resources raising money for charity. And we're both so proud to be able to say that we've raised nearly $4 million for charity. We almost always raise money for the
They're on the verge of raising $5 million in total for charity, but we're going to get to that after we get done with this video.
Immune Deficiency Foundation. They help people with primary immune deficiency diseases, or PI, which are inherited disorders where a part of the body's immune system is missing or doesn't function properly, which makes people like me more prone to infection. And this includes over 450 different conditions. The Immune Deficiency Foundation is a charity that is near and dear to my heart and has a particular significance in my life. When my health first started getting really bad, the Immune Deficiency Foundation helped me immensely when I really had nowhere else to turn. I was terrified, I was lonely, and I was confused. I honestly didn't really know what was going on, and I never ever want anyone else to go through that. This entire situation has broken me. I just wanted to do something good and to give back to a community that helped me. But unfortunately, that's not the case.
I can't stand the crying. It hurts. It hurts a lot, bros. It hurts so much to hear the crying. Because it makes me want to sweat from my eyes. The charity thing she's got up right now needs to hit 600K. No, it needed to hit something completely different. It's well past its actual thing. Yeah, I already got that one, Legatus, but yes, another Twitch spammer.
Case, as much as I would like to continue to talk about this, unfortunately, I can't. So, to recap, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the Immune Deficiency Foundation is owed over $500,000 from VShojo. I really wish that I could tell you more, but right now, I have been advised to wait for legal proceedings. As of right now, I am an independent VTuber. I am at a loss of what to do right now. I'm kind of processing everything. I'm very sad and very confused. Once again, I want to apologize to the Immune Deficiency Foundation and to my...
You did nothing wrong, Mousy. You did nothing wrong. You don't have to apologize. You got screwed over by somebody you trusted. Don't apologize. I'm holding it together, Weasel.
Community who has shown so much support to me. I also wanted to say that all the ad money made from this video will go towards the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do. I really, like I said, I really haven't had much time to process this. But below the video in the description box is a link to a donation fund for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Thankfully, any donations made through Tiltify go directly to the charity. That link is also there if you've heard about this and would like to support the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Sometime this month, I plan on doing a special live stream in order to raise money for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I hope to have...
She wants to do that stream here soon. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I might run a special on Ballbusters to try to raise money to donate to her. I might. I need to figure that out on how that would work out because it would have to be through PayPal tips and stuff like that.
A ton of friends joining me, and hopefully there'll be a lot of singing and a lot of fun and just a day full of happiness. I just honestly really want to show that after all of this, that VTubing is a force for good. So thank you guys so much for all the support, and thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video. And once again, I want to say that I am truly sorry. Okay. Bye-bye.
I hate laughing at that last little bit, but it's her bye-bye is, it's so cute and it hurts. And I do have the link to her Tiltify right now. I'm gonna drop it in the chats. I'm gonna also put it down in the description box and everything like that. If you guys want to you know, donate as well. I tweeted it out and I was gonna save it to talk about on stream. I donated as well. Sorry. I'm having a moment. I'm having a moment. Fuck. I donated as well. My initial donation, it's not a lot. Okay, my initial donation wasn't like, oh my gosh, here's $100. I don't have $100 to give, so it was like 25 bucks. I also, if you do want to do it, there is a way to do it that you can take even larger chunk of like the pay like 26 bucks, cover Tiltify's expenses, and actually go out there and give them that full $25. But you can see their goal is well past what they wanted. It is right now sitting at, oh, excuse me, $674,000, almost to $675,000. I think we get that over the top, guys. I think that this is fully possible. And if you've been watching this, I know that there's a way to, I'm not a huge fan of the leaderboard system that they have up there, but there is like major individuals that are coming out here just to donate money. There's this huge leaderboard. You have Shy Lily, you got Gamer Sups, you got JST, you got VTuber Studio, Potato, Doki Bird, Mint Phantom. You got so many people coming out here just to donate to this because it's everybody agrees with this. This is so fucked up. No, nothing around this is a normal situation. And guys, it just kept getting worse because this was apparently something that everybody knew about behind the scenes at VShojo. And shout out respect to all the talents at VShojo. They didn't come out with it about it until Mousy was ready to come out about it. I wish Mousy would have come out sooner, but this is a silver lining in such a negative, dark situation. Boom! We did it live on stream, bros! They did it live on stream! $675,000 raised for the Immunodeficiency Foundation. To quote a dum-dum that exists in the world that tweeted out a stupid joke, let's up those numbers. I believe in people. Let's make a good thing out of this shitty situation. Get these numbers up, because fuck those losers over at VShojo. I mean, the staff, the CEO, all those guys. The talents are amazing over there. Yes, they might have fruits. Yes, they might have treated Nuxtaku like shit, but they don't deserve this. Doesn't matter if there's been some skeletons in the past and they fumbled here or there. They don't deserve to be treated like this, and Mousy definitely doesn't deserve to be treated like this. And I see these numbers keep going up. Keep them rising, guys. All I want to see is this number constantly go up. I love every day looking at this number and see that it's going up more and more. I have been enjoying this. This whole thing's been up for a day, guys. A literal day. And they've already well exceeded what their actual number was going to be. And you can come over here to Connor right here. It warms my heart to see such an awful situation turn into something so amazing. All of you donators are Giga Chads, holy-ish. And you see, you got Jaden Animations. You got so many of these individuals. I am nowhere on this list. screw Ludwig, but he had to do it because Connor's his friend. Nimi Nightmare, who's getting married, donated $10,000. I donated $25 because, well, I'm broke. But I want to see those numbers keep rising. I don't care. If you can't donate, that's okay. I'm not going to tell you to put yourself out. But if you can donate, please try. Help out as much as possible, because this is something that I think everybody can get behind. And Legatus, if you can drop that link every so often, I would greatly appreciate it. Also, keep it for Friday, because I want to drop that there again on Friday. I'm gonna be pimping this shit out like hardcore. But it doesn't just stop there with Mousy and the Immunodeficiency Fund. Okay, if it did, that would be just a small part of all this. It kept escalating, and I'm gonna do a lot of this out of order, okay? Because I have this in a Dermy order, and there's so much shit that came out. And I think instead of going to Connor first, I'm gonna go to, oh, where is it? I have so many freaking tabs, bros. I have so many tabs. Where is my, I literally just had her name and I blanked on it. What? That's Ilara, that's Zentrea, that's the other thing that we'll get to. That's Shy Lily, Tectone, Lee. Okay, it is here. So Kason, as this did Hassan donate, I have no idea. If Hassan donated. I'm not going to dig into that. I don't care to dig into that. Anybody that donates, I'm fine with right now, because everybody should donate to this one. I'm not going to force somebody to donate, but just because if Hassan donates, I'm going to give him a round of applause, okay? Because this is something that everybody should be okay with, and nobody should try to make into a bigger situation than it already is. I'm not going to... Even... Alpha, I love you, brother. I don't want to make this a controversial issue. I don't want to come out here and try to go like, oh, well, Hassan donated. Yeah, I'm taking a shot at Ludwig because I don't like Ludwig. But he did a right thing there because Connor's his friend and he understands that this is fucked up. Everybody that donates gets a round of applause from me right now. I might even bring out baby oil. Who knows? But anyways, okay, so following all this, there was a myriad of tweets. Everybody was furious with this, okay? This isn't a normal situation. This is so fucked up. 1 minute, VShojo was arguably, in the perspective of several individuals' eyes, probably the majority of people, on top of the world. Somebody that people really loved. Nobody knew what was going behind the scenes. But after this, so much shit came out. So much shit. And we're going to go down the Kason route here, because Kason says early this morning, okay, because she put out her waiting room for a stream she was going to do early this morning, or sometime her time, because she lives in Japan. She did a stream going over the situation and pulled in, I'm going to be nice to the bro. Okay, I'm going to be nice. The CEO of VShojo JP, which is just, well, a really fancy tag because it's just the general manager of the Japanese branch for VShojo, which predominantly takes care of people like Kason and Henya. Again, Henya did do a stream. I have not seen that stream. I saw like the very tail end of it, so I don't know what Henya actually came out and said. Oh yeah, she did 2 mic drops. I'd say she did 3. I think she did 3 mic drops in her stream. 1 that came out, and I'm not gonna play her stream because it is oh, I thought I had a clip of it. I do have it. Oh, I have a clip here. I'm not gonna play her whole stream, and it's really hard to get like a good, I don't have a transcript of what she went down on stream, because that's one of the big problems of her stream, is it's done partially in English and partially in Japanese, because the general manager of the Japanese branch speaks Japanese more fluently than he does English, and he wanted to be as precise as possible, so it was predominantly in Japanese. And I don't have a transcript. If you do listen to it, there is a transcript apparently somewhere with it. I haven't been able to find it. But you can also figure out like what's being said just by the inflection of people's voices. Kason, no joke, came out and said she is owed a Ferrari's worth of money. The other mic drop moment, which I can't remember the quote, but it was here for the talents, my ass. I think that's what it was, which is so phenomenal. And also the where's my money? When the guy was saying I'm getting paid, but she's not. But Kason says she was already planning on leaving VShojo before Iron Mouse News, claims it was because VShojo owed her significantly large amount of money. A literal. It was done live in chat, or it's on her Discord. I don't have her Discord. It was done live in chat, but I missed the live chat, and I was doing this while I was going to work, so I couldn't look at the chat, so I don't have access to this transcript. But I would like to have an access to that. She said, verbatim, they owed me a literal Ferrari's amount of money. How much does a Ferrari cost? I'm going to look that up real quick. Your average Ferrari. Ferrari price tag. $250,000 for an entry level. Oh, I should also put this out there for, Weasel, Legatus, if Hellboat or whatever the heck she wants to be called right now is in the chat, or anybody else there. She hasn't been paid since last September. You didn't mishear that either. September of last year, she hasn't been paid. It's July. It's almost a full year. We're at the tail end of July. It's almost been a full year that she has not been paid by VShojo. But we're gonna listen to this 50-second clip real quick.
And what I wanted to tell you
guys.
guys,
I'm gonna bump up the audio real fast.
Guys, that first of all, I was already planning to leave VShojo this month, specifically on the 31st. Yes. 私ですね、実は V 症状を、そもそももともと今月で辞める予定でした。Yes.
No, Legato, she wasn't demonetized. No. She has a contract with the VShojo, which I don't know her particular contract. I'm going to say that right now. But VShojo takes her money and is supposed to give her an X amount of the money that she gets via super chats, bits, however she gets that money predominantly. All that stuff, merchandise, everything. She is supposed to get a cut of that. She didn't get her cut ever. They just took her money.
Yeah, and the reason why? 理由はなぜかというと because VShojo hasn't paid a significant amount of money to me too.
And that's one of the big takeaways is she didn't get paid. The other takeaways was when you were going through this, and I think I have this. Oh no, I have that for later. I'm gonna pull up Legal Mindset's takes on all this. Listening to I can't say Kason. Listening to Kason, VShojo JP branch may have been financially performing, but this is purely an internal distinction. US versus JP, fully within control of the US headquarters. While this may remove the JP CEO from liability, it is no way absolving VShojo as a whole. The JP branch was performing. It was getting money. It was able to pay what it needed to pay. Granted, the CEO of the JP branch took roughly a 50% cut to his general salary, but they were still getting paid. The staffers over at the JP branch were getting paid. He was getting paid. People were still getting paid. They're just not the talents. Just not the people that, bring in the money. Yeah, they weren't getting paid. The things that actually perform your company weren't getting paid. Oh, Legatus, they broke many laws. They broke many laws. and we can come over here. Overall, from I'm gonna butcher it in. The case on stream shows US VShojo leadership aiming for bankruptcy as a solution to discharge unpaid payments to the talents as independent contractors. Now is the best time for VTubing industry to challenge this insane and establish the VTubers are true employees. Here's the thing, and you know what? I was gonna save this for later. I want to get into the fast facts, at least from Legal Mindset, because he also has the question is not whether VShojo is insolvent, but how fast they will publicly admit it and seek out bankruptcy protections, which they might not be able to get because of certain legal protections that are here in the state, because unlike Hololive or Niji Sanji or several of these other big VTubing companies, Hololive is based here in the States. And not just any place here in the States. No, ladies and gentlemen. They're based in San Francisco, California, so they be fucked right now, and the talents have the strongest protections over there. So any lawsuit brought right now will be in the state of California. All the talents have all the strength right now, but I'm gonna let Legal Mindset go over this, and I'm gonna put him on at 1.25 speed. And then we'll get into some of the other stuff, because there's other things that Kason put out there that I do think need to be gone over. But here is Legal Mindset.
Judge, this is an insane
saga. I'm going to turn him up a little bit more as well.
That really, it even peaks perhaps what is going down and what went down last year with Doki Bird and with Niji Sanji, insofar as this is looking like it will end this VTubing company, VShojo, completely, and because we are seeing a massive pool of talent that is looking to exodus from that company. Now, just understand this is a Fast Facts pre-recorded video, but I recorded this after listening to Case on stream, where she was interviewing with the Japanese quote-unquote branch, we'll talk about that, CEO. So we're going to go through all the facts today and really stick to the legal analysis. If you want to see the full version where I'm playing more video, I play all of Iron Mouse's video, and I play some other stuff as well. You check out my live version, but this is the abbreviated version for those that want to get just down to the facts. And of course, I've got a PowerPoint. So
PowerPoint! We love a legal PowerPoint that breaks down all the relevant facts that he also put together extremely fast with all the information. Shout out to Legal Mindset, our true legal justice right here.
With this case, obviously, it all started with the mouse. And there are two clear things that she dropped in her message that are legally relevant. First is that she has not been paid wages. So she's owed back wages. She's not been paid for a long time. And these payments that she's owed are in delinquency. They've been owed to her for a long time. She hasn't been paid. And this is something that has been mirrored by other talents. We now have talents such as Kason coming out and saying, I have not been paid for a long time. In fact, I believe she said September of last year, a very, very long time without payments, which is severe, which is significant. So there is an extended period of time with which people have not paid out to the talents. That's a massive, massive problem in and of itself. But the other great problem, and the problem that can have huge criminal liability, is the potential fraud related to the charity, related to the Immune Deficiency Foundation that Iron Mouse has always been so vocal for, because it's the cause that represents research that would help people like her and give them a brighter future and hope. And it really was something that she was so invested in. And they decided to take $500,000 and not pay that out to charity.
I hate to say this real quick. I love you, Andrew. I love you. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm having troubles figuring out what I'm supposed to look at.
Whatever they did with that, it was not paid to charity. And that is a massive, massive issue. And that's an issue that can see people behind bars, that can have criminal penalties. Absolutely. Once again, these are our allegations at this point, but based on the number of talents speaking up, based on the number of talents that have removed the VShojo branding, we have
practically all of them at this point in time. We will go over that as well, because there's a lot
to, at this point, assume there is some sort of substance behind these allegations. Of course, they are going to have to fight these out. They are going to have to prove this in court or prove this through the regulatory process. However, at this point, going forward and through the scope of this video, understand that I am taking the allegations as credible. For whatever argument you may make of they're not proven yet, whatever, I understand you, but we're going to take them as credible for the purpose of this analysis. So
real quick, and Alpha Omega, you might be able to answer this better than I can. Because even though I've been looking at like the hashtag VShojo, by the way, I still have yet to see VShojo put out a statement on the matter. I am still waiting to see that. I would like to see if there's actually a statement on the matter. By the way, I just got a summary of Hinya's stream, so I will be going over that probably a little bit later. I see. I got another one that I didn't realize because even more. Just as this stream is going on, guys, there are more people. There are still more people coming out and quite literally talking on this subject. It is not stopping. It is not going anywhere anytime soon. There are still people saying that there is shit going down that we don't know about. And I need to take a look real quick. Has VShojo made a statement on this? The answer is a big fat stinking no, because I have it right here. No statement yet. No statement. But back to this video. Yeah. I'm sorry. I haven't seen anybody come out and try to defend VShojo and say that they did anything good. All I've seen is the negativity. I don't see anybody actually trying to back up VShojo or even defend any of the actions or say like, hey, you know, they're not proven or anything like that. No, everybody's pretty much accepted what is fact right now. And we're taking all the talent's words as gospel because there's no reason not to. Every talent, past and present, are coming out. You have talents that are literally were about to be talents saying, yeah, we're out. They have no talents. It's done. It's over. What did you want from me? Alpha Mega, I just didn't know if you saw anybody trying to defend VShojo, because even the usual suspects, the usual schizo posters that always try to take some sort of contrarian position, they're not even out here trying to take a contrarian position right now. They're just trying to say like they knew the whole time that this was breaking down and falling apart, even though there's no factual ability for them to do that. Oh, Legatus. One of the other things that the CEO branch, JP branch guys did say is they were working on a PR addressing it, and it doesn't look like it's going to come out.
Let's continue here. So we had obviously Iron Mouse speak up, and then we had Kason get on with the JP CEO. Now, this was very enlightening and actually gives us more of the business side of what is going on at VShojo. It's very clear from this that VShojo is in financial hot water, that they were not profitable. And whatever the distinction was between JP and US, it's very important to note that there was no official legal distinction. That is an internal distinction, the same as
Alpha Omega, none. This is an untenable ground. Listen, okay? It was an untenable ground when Niji Sanji was defending a sex pest. It was an untenable ground when Niji Sanji was throwing Doki Bird under the bus. It was an untenable ground when the Cinder shit was going down. And yet, somehow, there are schizos out there on the opposite side of this. That's really interesting to see that this one actually like has brought everybody together and said, yeah, no, yeah, fucked up. So I guess there's some justice in society. I mean, again, I'm lagging up. I don't know if that you guys saw all that. I saw it on my end.
Department, for example, saying HR or whatever else, right? Or janitorial staff. It's an internal distinction. It still fell under the control and is the legal responsibility of the headquarters in San Francisco. So the JP branch, as much as that might be a certain amount of talents that was managed by this quote unquote CEO, was not distinguished financially. So those funds that were coming in were being slushed together. So whatever profit JP was making was not offsetting clearly the losses they were taking on the US side or with their other talents. So as a whole, it seems they were in financial dire straits. Now, one big thing that was brought up during this was that the staff was paid and not the talent. There is a very important reason for that, which we're going to get into, which is all of the talents are designated, and this is for almost all VTubing companies. I have not seen one contract, and I've reviewed all of them, including the VShojo contract, Niji Sanji, HoloLive, Vector, all the greatest.
Has he seen Phase Connect contracts? And if so, how?
It's from big to small Phase Connect. I've seen all of them.
Oh, okay. He's seen Phase Connect. Okay.
I haven't seen a single contract that has said these people are employees. We consider them employees. They all try to make them independent contractors. That's very important because when it comes to fighting wages and paying wages, you have to pay employees under labor law, whether it's US law, Japanese law, really all around the world, you've got to pay out those wages. But when it comes to independent contractors, well, you can shaft them and then they've got to come and sue you or bring an action against you or a claim against you to try to get those back. It puts a massive burden on them to claim those amounts of money. Now, I have, since the Niji Sanji crisis, been screaming from the top of the hills that this is BS. And I'll put some money in the swear jar for that one. These people are...
Well, you didn't swear there. I would also agree. He's going to break it down. It doesn't really make much logical sense for any of these companies not to consider their talents to be actual employees, primarily, even if you go down the HoloLife route. So let's just utilize HoloLife for a moment, because I could easily do it with Niji Sanji. That's a walk in the park. But HoloLife, okay? When it comes to HoloLife, you have to give up your past life, just like most of these other areas. But at the same time, your avatar is made by them. Your personality is made by like your persona, that character. When it comes to Mori Calliope, that is all owned by HoloLife. When it came to Gargura, Gura is owned by HoloLife. Everything that Gura does is affiliated with HoloLife. Same with Mori Calliope, same with Gigi Morin, same with Hako's Bell and Koseki Biju. They are all owned by HoloLife. They bring in the money for HoloLife. Yes, HoloLife also probably assists them and has other ways of getting in money, mainly the fact that they're publicly traded and stuff like that. They also have investors. Yes, that also probably helps with some of the money. The vast majority of the money that they bring in, though, is from the girls. That is the product that they are putting out there. All the sponsorships, all the songs, all the merchandise, all of that stuff generates the revenue for the company. You don't have that revenue without those girls. You require those girls to bring in said revenue. That would make them logically your employees. Because you can't, Mori Calliope wouldn't be Mori Calliope without Mori Calliope behind her. I know that sounds really weird to say, and a lot of people are going to be like, what the hell kind of a sandwich word was that? Here's what I'm trying to get at. Our Mori Calliope right now, the one that we know, the one that we enjoy, the one that went out there and did a song for frickin' One Piece, that Mori Calliope wouldn't be who she is without the current talent behind her. She wouldn't have been able to bring in that revenue without that talent. That talent that had to give up her past life account. That talent that is now, for lack of a better term, anchored to HoloLife. She has to go out there and perform and bring in the revenue. The idea that she is just a subcontractor or is just a talent and not an employee is ridiculous at this point in time. This isn't like a somebody that goes in there that you contract to work on the lights, or somebody that you contract to make some art for this one job. This is the talent. This is somebody who you represent that you need to go out there with and help utilize to maintain, to perform, to bring in that revenue. It doesn't make any sense that they wouldn't be classified as an actual employee. And if you want to dig deeper into like Niji Sanji's position, in which they basically tell you, hey, you're fucked until you start putting out content, and even then you're fucked harder. All of that, they should be classified as an employee, but no, they get through because they're classifying them as contractors. And again, I lagged up. Sorry if that affected anything.
Employees, whether you consider them full-time or part-time employees, they are under the control and authority of these VTubing companies. Now, I understand that there was a lot more anonymity at VShojo than other companies, but you might consider them in that case more like a part-time employee than a full-time employee that's completely controlled by the company. And in that case, they would still be owed wages under a normal analysis. And mind you, just because a contract says that you are an independent contractor does not mean that a particular state or country might not look at the situation, might not look at all the factors and say, under our law, we're going to consider them an employee. It's very important. And
that is also very important. And I do believe he gets into this, but it's mainly important because, well, you're in California. At least over in Japan, they can say, well, we have Japanese laws, and Japanese laws are going to protect us. California laws don't protect shit. Get fucked, VShojo.
I think in the VTubing industry going forward, this is a massive lesson that all VTubing talent should be considered employees. They should push for being employees. They should say, no, I'm an employee if I'm going to work for your company because you need to pay me, and you need to be liable if you do not pay me. And I don't think the Japanese CEO, listening to him, is the villain here. He's clearly not at the top of the rung. He's not the CEO or CFO or COO or CTO. He's at a lower rung of responsibility. He certainly cannot make shots for the entire company. That was not his responsibility. And certainly, by the way, none of the talents are liable for this. This is something where they are the victims, and they do deserve your support and your appreciation. And I will say this about all of them: Iron Mouse, Kason, Henya, everybody, Mitsubishi, everybody. They do deserve your support and love in this time, and also your understanding that they can't say the things that I can say because they're under a different level of scrutiny. Now, I do hope with some right legal maneuvers, they can finally speak up. And we're going to talk about that today and the way they may be able to speak up. But right now, understand and be patient with them. They need to work with their lawyers in their jurisdiction, or in perhaps California, which is the jurisdiction for VShojo, where I think is very ripe to bring suits and claims, etc. They need to work with their own lawyers to get this done. So be patient with them to get to that point where they...
Mousy, this just came to mind. I know you're friends with Connor. Okay. Connor's friends with Hassan. Bring a legal suit against them and don't give them the baby oil. Make sure none of the girls bring baby oil to this event. Cause VShojo gonna get fucked hard, raw, and make it painful. Make them understand how badly they fucked up. I want that CEO to have generations in which they're going to be paying you money. I want generational debt for all the CEO, okay? For whatever his fucking name is, Gunman or whatever the hell his name is. I want him to have generational debt, and you have generational wealth. Generational wealth, all the ladies. I want you guys to have generational wealth that spans 5 generations. Make Gunmen have generational debt that spans 50 generations. Because fuck them.
They will be able to speak. I do believe that time is going to come sooner than later. Sooner than later. So let's continue with this. The best quote I think from this is "Talent first, my ass." That was probably the best Kason quote out there, period. And I love Kason. I'm definitely a fan. So one important thing here is that VShojo is an American company. Now we've covered Nijisanji, we've covered Cover Corporation, big Japanese corporations. And one issue with those corporations is they're Japanese. And if the talent is American or Canadian or really non-Japanese at all, it's really, really difficult to come at those companies. This is not the problem for VShojo. VShojo is an American company, and they're an American company headquartered in one of the states with the most strong consumer protections out there, or strong worker protections, employee protections that are very, very broad out there in all.
The company does, the state doesn't bring baby oil to the party either, VShojo. I'm sorry. You're gonna be hurting
the United States. So this is a massive difference. And especially since many of the talents, particularly Iron Mouse, being a American citizen, right? Puerto Rico, still a citizen of the United States, and still able to bring claims, fully able to bring claims in California court, particularly related to labor. This is something where it is ripe for conflict, ripe for either a lawsuit, criminal filings, regulatory filings, because they are in America. And this is why I say they are sunk. This is why I say this is not an Nijisanji situation. This is not an any color. This is not a Hololive situation, whatever else. And in those situations, when Nijisanji, I told everybody, hey, when Doki Bird went down, this is not going to be the end of Nijisanji by any stretch. Same thing when there's bumps in the road with Hololive, right? Gura leaves. It's not going to be the end of Hololive. However, this will be the.
I'm just gonna say, okay. I'm gonna keep saying it. Okay. Sorry, J Bear. You're VShojo in this moment. Right here, girls. Right here. Hard and fast, no baby oil. This is VShojo's ass. Just go for it. Go. The state of... God damn it, I'm even lagging up here. Here, give me a second. I'm going to try something. I think I'm lagging up because my computer did not shut down properly yesterday, and everything kind of just freaked out because I had a power outage. So... let's do optimizer. It also could be because I have so many tabs open. So many tabs. My memory usage at... oh yeah, I have a lot of memory being used up right now. Has a lot of memory being used. That should help. But this is VShojo in this instant, girls, okay? Any VShojo talent that's watching, this is VShojo right now. The state of California will even hold open the butthole for you. You could just go right on ahead. No baby oil needed. Make it hurt. Okay? I know that's a very graphic depiction right there. but I need to drill that home just like you should be drilling home the VShojo asshole. Okay? Back to this.
The end of VShojo. This is very, very much going to tank them because of this and because of their financial situation. And mind you, I will point out one other thing. They were founded in 2020. And what was happening in 2020, and I say this as a corporate attorney who was previously working in a law firm related to issuing bonds that were used by governments and corporations, and then working in-house and seeing a lot of borrowing and corporate debt. During that period of time, corporations were borrowing at insanely low rates. They were drunk on debt and drunk on almost free money that was under the cost of inflation. So hell, why not? Let's just borrow as much as possible. So I have no doubt that they were highly leveraged going into this, and they were highly hyped up coming off of the kind of everybody's on the internet during COVID era, and thinking that was going to continue forever. And their financial projections were perhaps unrealistic given the fact that that was a temporary period of time that was over. And there was definitely bumps in the VTuber market as a whole, as people no longer had to be online all the time. And so, yes, the VTuber market did not grow as it was projected to grow based on 2020 numbers, or based on 2019 numbers, et cetera. So I think this number of the founding is actually relevant, and the fact that they are a relatively new company and they're private. So once again, we don't have a lot of the disclosures that we required of a public company.
And that just means they can get hurt even harder.
Let's talk about the contract. So I have seen a VShojo contract. Now, in full disclosure, it was based on a previous contract. It is not anyone active. So it's an older contract. So they may have changed things in the contract. So I'm basing it on what I said. However, I don't think they've changed certain things. Number one, they do have certain NDA and confidentiality provisions based on that. I don't think they would have deleted that. I don't think they would have removed that. Those are in the contract. The other most important thing is it does frame them as independent contractors, as non-employees. So that is a super important factor, that they are not called employees, because when you are an employee, you get the protection of labor laws, you get the protection of regulation. All of those things don't necessarily apply to independent contractors. Now, different states handle this differently, different countries handle this differently. If anywhere in the United States is going to handle this differently, it's probably California.
And California is going to hold that butthole open. No, the thing was, like, even take it to Gina Carano, for example. Gina Carano would have been an independent contractor. She would have. But the state of California and their protection laws made her deemed kind of an employee and allowed her to bring wrongful termination suits that she was actually kind of winning on within the Disney lawsuits. And I think she's still winning on. Those laws that these people wanted to be put in is what's destroying them. And we usually complain about these laws all the damn time. Right now, I'm rooting for them, because this is so primed to just make these girls destroy VShojo. You fucked up royally. All you had to do was pay your talents. All you had to do was help them out. All you had to do was make sure your talents are okay. And we have, I have a Connor video that we'll go over that. There was a lot of money involved with VShojo that just magically disappeared. And we might know why. We might know why it magically disappeared. Those ads aren't cheap.
Which is going to look at that.
It's why I didn't go after my last employer for wrongful termination. I would have to be willing to take the job back without the ability to sue again if they just railroaded me a second time. Yeah. But because of the protections over there, like all these girls, you have all these girls lining up just to railroad you? Jesus Christ. And nobody's on VShojo's side on this one. Nobody wants to come out here and be like, yep, we're going to defend VShojo. Yep, we're going to be on their side. Yep, they're able to do this. No, everybody's pretty much admitted VShojo fucked up royally, and there's no coming back from this. VShojo burnt themselves down. This is the end of VShojo. This is the end of an era within the VTubing community, yes, but this is 100% done by their own inadequacies and their own failures to actually do the modicum of business. Hey, but it's just business, guys.
And say, oh, no, these were really employees. These really weren't independent contractors. So I think that doesn't exclude it, but it is important for the intent here, because the intent was always to shaft them out of payment, was always to not pay them. So let's continue here. So labor law, we're going to talk about this real quick. So this is about the claims for unpaid wages. And once again, a very important factor here is California, particularly if you're going to file it there, which is where VShojo is headquartered, they don't have any restrictions as to residency status or et cetera. So you can file a labor claim there. Even the people that are part of the corporation that are non-American might have a potential, if they consult with their attorney, to file claims in California in some way, shape, or fashion. Once again, I do believe all the girls that I've heard of, particularly Iron Mouse, have competent lawyers, and they should listen to their lawyers, obviously.
I mean, Kason, she's shown off that she's a clever individual with very interesting tastes of humor and stuff. I'm sure you have something that you can use on VShojo here, and your lawyer will look at you and go like, don't advise for it, but you know what? Go right on ahead. It might be shaped kind of like this Dr. Pepper bottle here, but it might be a whole lot bigger.
Obviously, listen to their lawyers over anything I say. This is more education for the public and education for people in general. But I do believe there's a possibility for them to make claims in California, and that would be huge for them. That would open the door to so much. So even if you have a contract, that's not going to prevent you from claiming, hey, you need to pay me these wages, right? Or reporting criminal activity. So reporting, hey, they didn't give this money to charity, and we knew it. And we saw it, we knew it, we have testimony, we'll be witnesses against this. We'll go to the federal or state criminal cases for these people. They can still testify to that. There's nothing stopping them. The NDA is not going to stop them. Nothing is preventing them from reporting that crime. In fact, if they try to retaliate for that, VShojo would be punished. You cannot try to retaliate against somebody for reporting a crime. That's not okay anywhere in the US.
There is actual outside of like the obvious that happened to the charity, there is actually some evidence that there might have been some other crimes that VShojo did. That's not just, the money. There's other things. There's some not hindering, but there's some hinting that was going on a while back by another streamer that used to be involved with like the VShojo people that openly said like they did some fucked up shit. They did some fucked up shit and paid people to be silent about that fucked up shit. So I'm curious what that is. We still don't have that guy coming out to tell us what that was. So yeah, this will be a topic to be talking about all week long.
And in most countries in general. So the process for this would be to gather documentation of witnesses, which they're probably doing right now. Their lawyers, particularly Iron Mouse, is probably gathering a lot of documentation, getting witnesses together, and then you'd report it to the labor commissioner. In this case, probably the labor commissioner of California. And after that, there's a required mediation. Now, this might be why they're saying wait, why Iron Mouse said in her video, hey, we need to get to a certain part of the legal process. It might be because they want to go to that mediation, see if they can get a settlement, see if VShojo can make this right. Otherwise, if that fails, there's going to be a civil lawsuit. They can bring a civil lawsuit. In which case, we'd all get that information. It'd be public information. We'd be able to talk about it. We'd be able to see everything that's going on.
Static says gay. Hey, Static. I just want to say, this is the ass of VShojo, and it's also your ass. So I'll be perfectly fine with any of these girls, coming by and, doing whatever they want with your asshole on this one. Just like I want them to do to VShojo ass.
It would be a nightmare for them from VShojo if they aren't already bankrupt, which we'll eventually touch on that topic.
Oh, so they're bankrupt.
Then we got the silencing the mouse, and as well as the other talent. There are laws that prevent retaliation against employees reporting unlawful acts. You've probably heard of whistleblower protections. That's a whistleblower. Iron Mouse is a whistleblower saying there is something illegal going on here, i.e., taking money that's supposed to go to charity, whether that's embezzlement or whatever else, or fraudulent transfer, like that can be reported, and there's no way you can retaliate against that. Also,
no, Static, that's VShojo's ass right now, and also your ass. That for the sake of this stream, that's VShojo's ass, and unlike my Sunday Chaturday, okay, unlike that where I was like, hey, people hold it open and slather the baby oil up for Hassan so he can be anti-friction. In this instance, the people that are holding up this butthole of VShojo is the state of California, but they're particularly saying you don't get baby oil because this is gonna hurt.
So there's another California law that's passed that arguably could prevent NDAs from silencing the employees in regards to reporting bad workplace behavior. So saying, hey, we're not being paid and they took this money from charity. The California law is pretty clear that the NDA cannot stop them from saying that. Now, there are other things that they could argue the NDA could stop them from talking about, stuff like personal relationships or personal interactions, maybe for now, but that NDA is not going to silence them from speaking out on what is clearly illegal. Further, aside from whistleblower protections, you can't stop the reporting of crime. I cannot say that enough. Reporting a crime is always permissible, and no NDA in the world can silence you from reporting a crime. That's just the way it is. That's just the fact.
Though my NDA I have on Static does prevent him from reporting a crime. I made sure a bunch of people understood that. Static, you are not allowed to say what went down in Vegas that I did. Okay, you are completely incapable of doing that. My NDA that I put on you is locked tight. You don't even go to Brad and talk to him about it, okay? You cannot report on the things that I did in Vegas.
So beyond that, let's get into what's going on with the criminal liability, and that could fall on the corporation, or that could fall on people like Justin, the gun run Ignacio, the CEO. Once again, depending on his level of culpability and the culpability of the COO, the CTO, the other officers of the corporation, this criminal liability could fall not just on the corporation as a whole, but on these individuals, depending on how complicit they were in this scheme and how much knowledge they had of this. So let's get into the criminal side, shall we? So we've got obviously civil claims, which this is regarding the $500,000 that was not given to charity, that was taken, and God knows what they did with it. Probably, by the way, my best guess on what they did with this is they are leveraged, and they were used that money to pay their current expenses, and they were over leveraged. So they were hoping to pay them back in the future and make some miracle money and pay them back in the future and get everything right.
If you end up listening to the transcripts from the JP CEO, which is again general manager guy, he pretty much kind of lays it out that that's what they were primarily doing. They were just skimming off the top and constantly thinking that they were going to be paying it back. They were just doing everything they could possibly to prolong the inevitable. And yeah, I think that's pretty much what it is right here. Is they were over leveraged. They had no money actually coming in. They couldn't pay any of their actual debts. They couldn't pay for any of their actual stuff. There is some other thing that I think I still have pulled up of just some of the things that were going on behind the scenes at VShojo that are fucked. And Static says, I'll show you an ass. It's on my monitor right now. I don't need to see a picture of Steve.
They didn't do that. They didn't give the money to the charity. Now that's once again, it's my speculation about what they did, but based on what Case on stream, which just happened just a couple minutes ago, I stopped watching it. It seems they're in financial trouble. And if you're in financial trouble, what are you going to do? You're going to take the money and you're going to use it to pay immediate expenses, probably staff, because they needed to pay them or they'd be hit by labor law restrictions. That's why the JP CEO got paid and Kason didn't. So that's what I think they did with that money. Now, if they did that with that money, there's three things that can happen here. Civil claims, both by the donors themselves and by Mouse and anybody else who's a big donor who gave money, federal crimes and their state crimes. Let's talk about civil claims. So first of all, donors can file suit against VShojo. So if they donated money or you donated money, you're out there, you donated money, you might want to just have a chit chat with a lawyer and talk about what you did, how much money you gave, and what was going on with that. And then there's claims, once again, these are different types of civil claims for misrepresentation, breach of contract, fraudulent transfer. Particularly fraudulent transfer is at play here because of the large sum of money, because it's a massive amount of money. Misrepresentation because they misrepresented that money was going to go to the charity and they didn't give it there. And breach of contract because there's an implicit contract. There's a fiduciary duty there to take that money and give it to the charity. And they broke that understanding. They broke that agreement.
To be fair, more than likely he is 100% correct here. I'm going to be fair here. There's a chance, and I don't mean to come out here and be like, oh, well, I'm defending VShojo. No, I'm laying out the possibilities. This is why I try to deal with the facts. I try not to speculate that much on all this. I 100% kind of believe what the girls are saying. I'm laying this out here because I don't want, it's pretty cut and dry, but it's a possibility. They could weasel out of it by having non-correct communications between Mouse and them. If Mouse didn't, specifically say, hey, do this. If she didn't say something just right, that could be a loophole for them. I don't think how strong of a loophole it would be, but it could be a loophole. So that is something to take into account in all this. I don't have a reason to believe that loophole exists. Even if the loophole does exist, it probably ain't going to help them out. It might give them a drop of baby oil. But still, that is a factor to take into play here that we don't know. We, the general audience, do not know what's at play here. That's why a lot of the speculation does need to kind of... because we don't generally know what's going on behind the scenes. That's what the lawyers are doing right now, and we're just kind of along for the ride in all this. A Steve deflection, I'm sure that won't backfire if he finds out. I mean... I'm calling a spade here.
And Iron Mouse could also likely bring a claim as well, because once again, she was part of that. She I'm sure donated to that as well herself. So she probably has status as donor, but also just to clear herself from that and saying, hey, look, this money was supposed to go there. It didn't. Let me put this claim in there to make it very clear that they're doing wrong. So I think Iron Mouse also could back up the donos in that. Let's go to federal crimes. This is the fun one. This is the one where they're going to end up paying the money from behind bars. Charity fraud is typically investigated by the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. Now, oftentimes they're working in conjunction with the state attorney general. So those working as kind of a team in order to look into all types of charity fraud and really do the investigation. Once again, we are very preliminary. We're at the allegation phase. This would all need to be investigated. We need to see proof. We need to see documents. But the people who get that are the FTC and the state attorney general.
And I have to just remind people again, Iron Mouse talked in front of Congress to a bunch of Congress people and congressmen and ladies. You don't think that there's some federal individuals that are looking at this right now going like, hey, you know what? Let's get some political points going. Oh, you betcha. VShojo. I hope you don't drop the soap. Well, yeah, I said that right. I hope you don't drop the soap. Because they ain't giving you baby oil there.
And I think the state attorney general of California, which I'm sure many people are going to contact after this, will be very, very interested in hearing this case. $500,000 from an immunodeficiency charity. I'm sorry, that is deplorable. And that's disgusting. And once again, I try to keep this to objective legal analysis, but the scope of this really does give me a righteous indignation with the amount of money that was taken here from a charity. So depending on the nature of the fraud, a breach of that duty to deliver that money can violate several federal laws. So it can be wire fraud. Wire fraud is one of the easiest ones to get them for. And certainly if they wanted to go down that route, and it is a case where they receive the money via the internet, because wire fraud is not just old school wires and telephones, it's the internet. They got them, boys. They got them on that one. Money laundering, potentially making false statements about where the money would go, misrepresentations. Also the FTC Act, which involves various regulation of money regarding charities. All of those things they can be hit with, and they could get real jail time on this. This is serious jail time in real prison. This is not fun, down under the sun. This is all potential prison time for people at VShojo. Beyond that, there's state law. There's California Penal Code 503, 501, 515 regarding embezzlement. So assuming that they took the money and they embezzled it and they use it elsewise, that's right there. Breach of...
More than likely they embezzled it. More than likely. There's not a whole lot you could do. They had the money given to them via Iron Mouse because of how she had her finances being utilized and everything, and how she managed her finances. She got the money via the Twitch. They held on to the money. They would then go and use that money accordingly to what Iron Mouse told them to do. In this instance, they didn't because the money went bye-bye. Where'd the money? Well, they embezzled it. Well, fuck you.
Fiduciary duty, because they have a duty. They're the trustee of that money to give it over to the charity. That was their duty, fiduciary duty. Anybody who, for example, is holding money for somebody else. So if you give money to a lawyer and that lawyer is supposed to go pay for real estate, and they don't pay for real estate, they pay for, cocaine and whatever else, that's going to be a huge, massive problem.
Hookers and blow.
That would be a breach of fiduciary duty. This was a breach of fiduciary duty in the charity sense. Misleading and deceptive fundraising, I think that speaks for itself. They said the money was going to go one place. It didn't go there. Also reporting and regulatory violations. So how do they do their taxes? How do they report this? They needed to report this to the government, to the regulatory authorities, saying, hey, we donated this money to charity. Did they take a tax write-off for this? Did they write this off on their taxes? Did they make a false financial report?
They wouldn't be even able to write this off on their taxes. So even if they did, and this isn't just because, hey, we didn't actually make this funding. No, that was Iron Mouse that made that, thing. And you could have implicated Iron Mouse if she wrote that off on her taxes, not realizing that she didn't do that. But here's the further point. That was Iron Mouse's money. That wasn't your money to give away. So just because you're holding on to that money, that would be an Iron Mouse write-off. So even if you did write that off, that could also be false reporting of your taxes, and you could be over here like, yeah, we gave $500,000 to a charity. Please give us our tax break right there, please, oh good people. And you did. It wasn't your money to give in that regard or report. Simultaneously, you didn't even do it. So fist.
That's massive. And the last one, and the two things you're afraid of, even the Joker is afraid of, is the IRS. And the tax law violations, both, and the tax law, by the way, is at the state and the federal level. So it's both levels. But tax law is perhaps the most massive place, because if they chose to try to take a write-off on this or to falsify their taxes, oh boy, the tax man does not F around. And that's where the people could see very, very serious state consequences. Now, let's talk about the other girls and a little bit about what went on with them. Obviously, a lot of them have pulled out of the branding. They've no longer branded themselves as VShojo. They're going to have talks on this. Obviously, Case on it, a very clear talk. I think Henya's going to talk, and some others are going to have a...
Mouse is, I believe, living in Puerto Rico right now, Acid Storm, because she's Puerto Rican. So there's that. But she still has the capability to take suits against, any California-based company and bend them hard over.
Commentary as well, which I may have follow-up videos on that but it very much seems like these talents were, especially since Kason said she was shafted out of wages, that she didn't get paid her wages. In that case, I think they need to file claims as well. I think all of the talents need to consider, particularly in California, filing labor law claims. And once they do that, the other thing that's really going to be awesome for them is all those no retaliation clauses apply to them so they can start speaking more. Now, they need to talk to their attorneys and make sure this works for them under their situation. Their personal attorney is comfortable with this. But assuming they are, once they do that, once the claim is initiated, they will be able to say a little bit more. Now, there's another factor here. This applies to Iron Mouse and all the other girls and why they're not going to talk. If you're going to go into a lawsuit situation, you're going to sue, you want to shut up. You want to say as little as possible, only what you can say or have to say. So even if these girls can speak technically, or they could say it and they're not going to get punished under the law, or VShojo is not going to be able to sue them for breaching NDA, there may be other good reasons for them not talking. However, that might be able to open up them explaining a little bit more to their audience and giving a little bit more context. And maybe at some point they want to do that. So that's something there. But beyond that, they're owed wages. They're all owed wages. They need to get paid. They need to get paid the money that they're owed. And I say wages, although wages people usually associate with employees, and payments are usually independent contractors in terms of the language there. But to me, these people are not just amazing talents. They're workers. They're true employees that are dedicating a significant amount of their time, and they are giving some control and authority over to this entity to direct them to do certain things and to take certain actions. And beyond that, the financial arrangement between them is one that I think they could argue, particularly with the restrictiveness of the contract, that set them up as employees.
If we, and we'll get into it if we get time for the Shy Lily video, because Shy Lily's video is just top notch. She goes into some of like what was being said in the contracts, and just how much money VShojo was taking from individuals. Granted, those contracts can be negotiated and changed up and things of that nature, so it could be a little bit different, but at the base level, yeah, VShojo has some real control over all these girls. It is essentially robbery in some situations. And when you take a look at like Henya over there, a lot of people get this wrong. Henya used to be Pick-a-Me. If you guys don't know the Pick-a-Me situation, by the way, this one right here, the white-haired lolly, that's Henya. If you guys don't know the Pick-a-Me situation, Pick-a-Me used to be a very prominent VTuber, very popular. All she said, she was wanting to go out and play the wizard game, and she got massive hate for that. Now, a lot of people get this story wrong, and I got it wrong for the longest period of time until I got set straight myself. People think she quit being a VTuber because of the wizarding stuff. In reality, she was already in contact and connections with VShojo to become Henya. So she was already set to leave and graduate to Pick-a-Me to become Henya. That situation just, amplified it. But you take a look over here at Henya. Henya left Pick-a-Me to be Henya. Henya is a part of VShojo. Henya is all on board on this stuff. She has this restriction. She is only here because of VShojo right now. Well, not because of VShojo, but she's Henya because of VShojo. She gave all that shit up for this. There is even more of a statement that she should bring a lawsuit and claim that she's an employee because she did all this for VShojo. She got all sorts of access, all sorts of abilities to grow utilizing VShojo. And now they've taken it all away. And I do have Henya's thing. We will hopefully get over that. I have it here from Rima. It was just a 5-minute stream, but we'll get into what Henya said. Which, god damn it. I watched it. I didn't see Henya laugh a little bit because Henya is not one of those really organized individuals. Well, I mean, cry. She's not an organized individual. So she was kind of like, yeah, I saw everybody else did it. So I just wanted to do it kind of the same way. That's kind of how it comes off. But Henya is a sweetheart. Dayo, we love you, Dayo.
Even further, put VShojo on the defensive. If all of them file claims in California, labor law claims, it's on VShojo to prove that they're not employees. So put VShojo on the defensive. Don't allow VShojo to take the offensive. Take the offensive against VShojo. Take it to them. Take it to their court. Push them. And I think that is the right emphasis as they go forward with this. And I'm sure there's lots of California attorneys that would help them. And frankly, if any of the girls needed any help finding a California attorney, I'm happy to try to hook them up and recommend them for them. But that said, I think the girls do need to consider their options and speak with local attorneys. Beyond that, this is a big one, especially after the case on stream. I think they need to really worry about VShojo declaring bankruptcy, because based on the financial situation as explained by the JP CEO, it looks like they're not doing good. And what I am worried, and the strategy that came out of Kason Stream, which I think is putting together, is they are not paying the independent contractors because they're planning to declare bankruptcy. I have seen this before as corporate counsel, as evil corporate counsel from my back days when I did that. That is something corporations do. When they're going under, they stop paying out because they know they're just going to declare bankruptcy. And what happens when you declare bankruptcy? Well, there's two types of debt. There's secured debt and there's unsecured debt. Secured debt gets paid first. The stuff like mortgages or something like a lien on a car, right? It's secured by something. There's something they can take. That's paid first. Then there's going to be employees' wages. Those are paid. But anything else, including independent contractors, is unsecured and dischargeable. So the big thing they're banking for is to get to discharge the payments because they label them as independent contractors. That's their strategy. I mean, I see it clear as day. And to me, the question is not only are they going to declare bankruptcy, it's how quickly are they going to declare bankruptcy? In fact, if I was the CEO of VShojo, I'd be running right now into the bankruptcy court to declare it right now so they can seize, so they can stop all payments. And now that would put it on them to battle back. That would put it on the talents. So I think the VShojo response is going to be to immediately declare bankruptcy. And why is that? They lost their largest talent. There's no way they can financially recover. You can't explain to me how VShojo, who is already losing money by the own admission of their staff, by the own admission of the JP CEO, is already losing money. They're already not able to pay. And suddenly they're going to lose all their talent and be able to pay? No one's going to give this company a loan, especially with this bad PR. Are you kidding me? No, this is a clear bankruptcy scenario. And in bankruptcy, they're going to try to discharge that. Now, there's a little ray of hope, a tiny little smidgen of hope, right? Is that there is a special exemption for unpaid commissions to independent contractors. So debt qualifies for priority status, meaning it gets higher status than unsecured debt if during the 12 months before the bankruptcy, 75% of the contractor's own earnings were from the debtor. So in this case, that would apply to most of the girls, I imagine. Now, maybe they have
according to almost pretty much all the girls, none of them got paid. None of the girls have been getting paid. None of the talents were getting paid. I'm willing to bet most of their income is from those those people, which it looks like every single talent has left VShojo. They've removed it. They have done everything. They said they're leaving. VShojo has shut down almost all access. They have removed pretty much everybody from their actual affiliate links. It looks like it's over. So they're going for the bankruptcy area, but I think the girls are going to get their money. I think they're going to get their money. There's also apparently a clause somewhere. He doesn't talk about it, but somebody else talked about it, that if Iron Mouse in particular can get there fast enough with a lawsuit, it can stop them from going to bankruptcy. It can stop them going through that, and they'd have to actually pay out. Which, again, I want the CEO to have generational interest. No. Generational debt. I want that to hit for 50 years, 50 generations. The sins of the father do apply here.
Other earnings or other money from elsewhere. But if they were making most of their money from VShojo, that is a big exemption that could fly in there. Once again, it doesn't guarantee they get paid out, but it does give a glimmer of hope if they go the bankruptcy route, which I think it's looking like right now. That's what I've got for today for the Fast Facts version, guys. This has been insane. I will be on top of this. Check out the live if you want to get all the questions, the banter, all that other stuff, and I will catch you on
Oh, you cut that one off. I did not cut that one off, but go check out his live stream. I did watch his live stream. It was really good. There was other little tidbits of information that he put out there that were really helpful. But when it goes back to Kason, because I know we stepped away mainly to talk about some of the legal mindset stuff and some of the stuff that came out from the Kason side of everything, and I'm lagging up again. Sorry about that. Sorry if that impacted anything. But we mainly did all that just to look at all the Kason stuff. When we go back over to the Kason stuff, she ended up tweeting this out. And this is stuff that fucking hurts. Feeling ashamed for all the positive stuff I've said about the company turned out to be a effing lie. Yes, go ahead and laugh at me. Why am I so stupid? Why do I not learn? Why do I always try to see the good side of people just to learn they don't effing care? Of course, it's all about the money. I'm nothing for the corpos without the money. But you know what? I'm still lucky because I got you my shinties. As long as I'm living, I'm thriving. Like, all these people, they don't need to feel ashamed. None of the talents need to feel ashamed about what went on here. They're not to blame here. None of these talents are to blame for what happened here. This is This is all a VShojo problem. VShojo did this, not you. Not Keisan, not Henya, not Michi, not Iron Mouse. None of you did this. VShojo did. And you can feel like you can think yourself is stupid. Like Keisan, obviously, a lot of the girls are coming out here saying they feel stupid because they defended VShojo for so long, even knowing what was going on behind the scenes for over a year at this point in time. I don't think they're stupid for doing that. I get that they're feeling stupid for it. I don't think they are. I think they recognize that, hey, they kind of did a stupid. But they didn't. No, that's not to blame on you. You were lied to. You were manipulated. You were mishandled, mistreated. You did nothing wrong here. You tried your hardest to prop up a company that you truly believed in. That company was the one that was treating you guys with just shittily. Not care in the world. They didn't give a fuck about you. They just were in it for the money. And they played too hard. They played too fast and loose with cash. And now they're in this situation. They did this all to themselves, not you. But following this, because the Keisan thing was so big, we have some other stuff still to go over. Because, oh my god, guys, it just wouldn't stop. But I'm going to close out some of these tabs real quick because we did the legal mindset. Obviously, we did the Tiltify, which, again, I'm going to drop that Tiltify link in the chat real quick because I want to see Tiltify just grow. And when I come over here to Tiltify, boys, it's $700,000. Boom, boom, boom. I want to see 1 million. I believe in the sphere. I believe in people. I believe we can get to 1 million fucking dollars. Let's go, bitches. Up those numbers. Oh, look at it rise. Look at it go. Boom. Fucking love seeing that. I love seeing that right now. But we're going to go over to what Connor said actually on this matter, because I am trying to get through some stuff. There is other things I do want to get to. I want to get to Michi's response. I want to try to get over to Giga's response. I'm probably not going to do Zentrea's response because I don't think you guys are going to like her response just because of how Zentrea portrays her response. It is a very specific style. Actually, before we do that, why don't we, because we were talking about the finances, actually, this actually came out today as well. This is from Alara VTuber. She gets a lot of like these informations, and she put this out here. I wanted to share here some information I received from an inside source about the current VShojo stuff, mainly because we just talked about a lot of their finances and a lot of things that they might be planning on doing. This was some stuff that has been going down for a little while, and well, it ain't good. It ain't good, bros. It bad. I think it provides a lot of context for the financial woes and timeline of events. Everything happening stemmed from mismanagement and poor financial choices, causing hasty decisions, damage, and hurt to so many creators and people's livelihoods. Hail the Wayfarer! How are you, brother? How are you? Like the stream, nerds? As always, the Wayfarer. If you guys don't like this stream, you hate people. You hate VTubers if you don't like this stream, and you want VShojo to win. That's what happens if you don't like this stream. Do you want VShojo to win, guys? Do you want this company to get away with fucking over these people, fucking over charity? Then like the goddamn stream. Share it out to people. Share it out. Get more eyes on me. God, I feel a little scummy doing that, but at the same time, do it! Anyways, we have these notes here. These are some things that were going on behind the scenes at VShojo that the public was not aware of. Where we have these notes right here. Notes. This information comes from a connection to former VShojo staff. Sources wish to remain anonymous. The information given here is to provide context for the timeline of events. And we come right on over here to this one. VShojo started downsizing and cutting staff to alleviate financial pressure. Many staff members were let go with less than 2 weeks notice, and in some cases only a few days. That is very specific because, well, depending on where they are, California, They have specific labor laws that actually prevent actions like that. So you could see actual staff members coming in and filing wrongful termination lawsuits. That is actually important. Again, California is not friendly to corporations. I'm sorry, they're just not. You doing all this has set yourself up to failure. Stop yelling at me, I'll sue. Well, fuck you, weasel. I'll yell all I want. Anonymous source has left in the dark about financial woes and was shocked by the sudden termination. They were unaware of the extent of damages. Talents were upset with the sudden decision, which led to Talents separating themselves from the company. Former staff is united and working against the upper echelons of VShojo as legalities proceed for payments. And it does not shock me that there's wrongful terminations wrongful termination suits on their way. Mainly because in California, this is actually against the law. Cloud, I don't want to hear you talking about suing me. I should sue you for emotional damages after what you put me through on Saturday. Anyways, water. Couple of the Talents have actually come out and admitted that because of these actions that were taking place here, that's why they left. Zentreya in particular, one of the people that was let go was a friend of Zentreya, a partner of Zentreya, somebody that Zentreya really cared about. They were let go unceremoniously. That pissed Zentreya off, so Zentreya left. That is a key distinction here, not just the money, but all the other stuff that was going on there. Zentreya then hired them. When it goes over to Kason, Kason's manager apparently right now works still for VShojo. Kason has come out and said that she's gonna buy her manager back. She said in that exact way, she's gonna buy her. Yeah. Slavery! I'm kidding. No, but like this is all gonna work against VShojo. All this existing right here is what's fucked up right now. This is not just an isolated incident just to the talent. This has been happening to the staff. They've been in this situation for a very long time, and people have been calling them out on it. And now all the chickens are coming home to roost on this one. I think Cloud could have a fair countersuit. No, he couldn't. He sued me for emotional damages. But okay, I already teased it up. Here's Connor, Sea-Dog Connor. Well, VShojo better get cycling and start raising some money. Donate plasma, says Bal, which by the way, Bal did tweet out that she donated plasma today. So that's awesome. If you got, I used to donate plasma. Go donate plasma. Plasma! Cloud, you can't afford me, buddy. You don't got money. I can see the headline now. Kansas Kong court case is crazy. If Cloud tried to sue me, I would fucking grip the shit out of that. I'd be coming up here going, bros, that man tortured me with his porn. He sent it to me daily. You know how many rolls are on a fat black woman? I do. He sends it to me. I will countersue him for emotional distress and damages and terrorism. But anyways, back to this. Sea-Dog was Iron Mouse's main partner within the vast majority of all this stuff. He's the one that she does a lot of this charity work for. They work very hard for the activism of this charity and informing people about what this charity is all about and what the disease is and how impactful this all is. And he came out and made a video. It's 28 minutes long. I'm going to try to get through some of it. He says some interesting stuff here. I might have to do at 1.25 speed, mainly because he talks, he has an accent because he's British. Well, I think he's Welsh actually. And I'll try to watch him at 1.5 speed because I can handle it, but I don't know if you guys can. So if it's too fast even for you guys, just let me know. I will turn it down. But let's watch what Connor had to say on the situation, shall we?
Yeah, it's a bit far. Yeah, a bit of a welcome. A lot of first-time chatters. I know people are curious about what I'm going to say. You love the shirt. Well, I mean, you know, I thought about wearing my normal shirt, but it did feel like it was the right time to wear it. Although, I mean, the shirt's really nice too. It's a nice shirt. It's a really nice shirt. So I thought I should rock the apt shirt for today. You know, to show my support to Mouse. Yeah, obviously, I'll chat a little bit about it. Obviously, we won't go into like crazy detail because obviously it's still all new. There's a lot of information to talk about, but you know, I'll talk a little bit about it. About what I can talk about. Because my lawyer was sweating this morning. Bro messaged me at like 4 a.m. and was like, please be careful. but yeah, I appreciate all the support so far, obviously, and everyone's very upset and very eager to hear about more.
I know it'd be in poor taste, but I really wanted Sea Dog to yell, "Let's up those numbers," mainly because he's friends with Ludwig. I think it would be so freaking awesome if he did that right now. It'd be a dunk on Ludwig, and it'd be promoting an awesome thing. Please, I really want you to do that.
You know, I mean, like, I, at the end of the day, before we get into it or talk about anything, like, I think I speak for everyone when we just want to support Mouse. At the end of the day, we just want Mouse to be okay. So I thank you guys so much for you know, your undivided support of Mouse. Great tweet, by the way. and my lawyer said it was fine. I told him, I was like, I'm gonna do a pro gamer move real quick. He was like, please don't. And I was like, he was like, actually, you know what? That's a good one. Thank you. I thought it was tasteful. I mean, what can you do? What can you do when you're you know, when no amount of words can put into how angry you are? What can you say? And for me, the best way I like to deal with these things is to
listen. He can't say a whole lot because he has to take this with some tact. I, on the other hand, can say, I want you to get, well, what's say for YouTube that I can say here? In prison, sometimes people use broom handles. And, well, I would really appreciate the broom handle going right here very violently in Minecraft. Just to be safe here. And I mean this because you took money from a charity. I could say it, he can't. I have no tact. He has to have tact. Get fucked.
Make a joke. I'm British. That's how we cope with everything. Ludwig's tweet was crazy, though.
Ludwig's tweet was bad.
Ludwig's tweet was...
This ain't good. This was very bad. This is a very bad tweet. I know you have to say that it was a good tweet. It was very bad, especially considering Ludwig's friends with Hassan.
Diabolical. What? Did you guys see what he tweeted? Ludwig is unhinged. Lud tweeted, I believe VShojo is an organization.
If you find it so funny, why did you bleep it out? His joke was very poor taste. Extremely poor taste, considering, well, all your buddies, Lud.
That's... he's him, bro. Let him do what he wants, I guess. Hey, he's a real one. I don't know, like what the thought process is, but you know what? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. The joke is they donated to the wrong idea.
Okay, that one's funny. That one's kind of funny. That one is kind of funny. I'll give him that. That one is kind of funny. Mainly because when I first heard Connor talk about the IDF, I was like, why are we talking about this? Well, holy shit, is this actually happening? Are we really going down this route? Oh, no, it's the immunodeficiency fund. That's what you're talking about. Oh, my bad. That one is funny.
Oh, God. That's so bad. That's so bad. It's a show. It is a show through and through. Have a little bit of a chat about what I can say right now, because obviously, you know, like there's a lot.
I saw a meme, and it's the meme of, you know, the two strong dudes that lock arms together, like from Predator and stuff like that. And it's like one arm said VShojo, the other arm said Hassan, and when it linked up together, it was fucking over the IDF. I had to admit it. That one was funny. Wrong IDF, but funny.
Going on. There's a lot that can be said, a lot that can't be said for obvious reasons. You know, this is all kind of new, but I think I'll talk a little bit about my initial impressions. Well, we can maybe talk about the business of running an agency, about what that looks like, and then we can get into the final section, which will be my personal thoughts on this whole situation. Yeah, not good. They're not good. I'm pretty angry, as you can probably guess. First of all,
hello, Blumby.
The really important thing to keep in mind right now as a viewer, because I'm sure you're all very confused, and you all have a lot that you want answered. You want to understand how this happened, what is happening, the full breadth of all of it, and it sucks. But the sad truth is that we have to wait for everything to kind of unfold, wait for everything to unravel. And obviously, the fact that you guys are even hearing about this now means that a lot of things have gone wrong up until this point, right? Like, I know this is all brand new news to all you guys, but I think what you need to keep in mind is that if it is brand new to you.
You know, when he says that, it reminds me of a quote from Mori Calliope when she was talking about Gura leaving Hololive, and she said it's never one thing when like what leads to somebody leaving. It's never one thing. It's never just, hey, this thing happened, therefore I leave. It's always a cascading effect. There's always several things that just went wrong for talent to leave. So when he says like, hey, the fact that you guys are hearing this, that means several things went wrong. More than likely, that's factual statement there. In order for you guys to have heard anything about this, VShojo had to have fucked up royally on multiple occasions, multiple times throughout the majority of anything that they actually put out there. So when you take that into account, into like dissecting this and researching this and just looking into this at any level of events, yeah, just how much had to go wrong? Not paying a talent out for almost a year, yeah. Having to fire off a bunch of staff, yeah. That's just the stuff that we know about. Again, there's that other streamer. I don't know his name. I could probably hunt down the clip. He openly said, hey, VShojo paid a bunch of people to shut the fuck up on a very twisted situation. What is that situation? And how fucked up was it? There's a lot of skeletons that are going to come out. And
you guys, this has been simmering and cooking for a hot minute. So keep that in mind. Like this is unfortunately a very slow and unsatisfying process. And everyone right now is going to try and get their like thoughts in. Yeah. We live in a time where you get paid to hold people's attention. So everyone's going to be saying a lot of things and making their own thoughts
targeted.
On it. But I will tell you guys how I feel about it. Because I think
I feel targeted. I think that was pointed at me. No, I know exactly who that's pointed at, and that's really why I want to get to that Shy Lily. Shy Lily calls out the right people that need to get called out. But there are people out there right now, full send, that are using this solely to grift. That are going to be taking their lump of flesh from this because, my God, they just want to scurry all over this. Normal people are taking a look at this situation, and yes, I'm playing it up. I'm cracking jokes. I'm being amped. But that's because that's my entertainment style. I'm not doing this for entertainment value. I do this because this is an actual situation, and I don't view it as, like, it is drama, okay? In the most technical of technical terms, this is drama. I don't want to call it drama. It's a scandal of monumental proportion and a death of a company. That's what it is. Scandal and drama are practically one and the same, but I think scandal really classifies what this truly is. The drama tubers, the drama VTards, the drama sloppers, Bumblebee, we're talking about VShojo. All the actual drama people, they're coming at this going like, oh yes, trying to get that money. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I don't like this topic. I think it's a topic that needs to be talked about, and I want to see those numbers go up on that charity. I want more people to be aware of how fucked this situation is. That's why I'm talking about it. I'm not doing it because I want to grift. If I'm growing from it, so be it. If I get money from it, guess what? More than likely, I'm gonna try to send some of that money to that charity. I'm not gonna lie. Friday, I'm trying to think, I lagged up there. Friday, I'm trying to think, is there a way for me to push for tips that day to send those tips to the charity? I think this situation is really fucked up, and I don't want to, I'm not talking about this because oh my God, yes, let's talk about it. I'm talking about this because I think people need to be aware of it. This is newsworthy. It's worth covering, but drama tubers are a different beast. That is 100% a fact, and I love Lily. We'll get into that if we get to the Lily video, which we're busting through this. We should be able to get to the Lily video. I still want to do the Michi video first and some of the other tweets that are out there.
Within my legal right to do that, and I'm pissed off, man. It's been really frustrating. I've to say the least. Obviously, I've known about this for quite some time now. Up and mouse, deal with it as much as possible, and as much as you can do.
By the way, if you guys thought that Iron Mouse video was hard to listen to, realize Connor is like best friends with Mouse. I'm more shocked that they aren't married, but that's more of a joke there. Okay, I get it. They're really close. They talk together constantly. Like Connor and Mouse are like one and the same. Connor had to see Mouse at her worst through this situation. And he's going to talk a little bit about some of that stuff. And you have to put that into perspective of just how close they are and what you're about to hear. This is going to be gut-wrenching.
And it's man, it sucks. It sucks a lot. And I'm still kind of like coming to terms with the breach of trust, which I think is, something that I think is obviously being, because everyone's talking about the charity money, and that's really important, and the talents have been lied to. But I think, like, man, what a colossal fuck up to absolutely ruin the trust with, like, all of the talents in my mind. And with Mouse, like, the one thing that you have to do as an agency is just keep your talent safe. Like nothing you do should ever put them in a point of jeopardy.
Not just keep your talent safe, just keep them happy. And you're not going to be able to like make them perfectly happy, but keep them happy. Inform them that they do matter. This situation shows that you never cared about them. You never thought that they were important. You never once thought that Mouse was actually important to your thing. Yes, you said, oh, she's super important because of the money she brought in. You only viewed Mouse as dollar bills. Not as an actual person. Not as a person that actually had feelings, thoughts, and had trust issues. And Connor talks a little bit about the trust issues. And when you hear that, when you just put that into perspective, Mouse said that she had trust issues. Connor goes a little bit deeper into like the trust issues. And I saw that cloud. That is a thing that I have pulled up that we might get into, we might not. But you took your biggest talent, a talent that everybody knows, a talent that everybody loves. I have, outside of like the people that aren't VTuber fans, when you talk to a VTuber fan, you bring up Iron Mouse, they go like, oh yeah, I love Iron Mouse. Because Iron Mouse is an infectious person. And again, I don't mean that in the whole negative sense. I mean this in the most positive light I can. When you watch an Iron Mouse video, you smile. She warms your little heart. My black beating heart, because I'm so pessimistic and down on society and the world because I'm a realist, it beats when I see an Iron Mouse clip because she just wants to have fun. She wants to go around and have a good old time. She has all those different avatars because she likes the way they look. She wants to make sure her audience is happy. She wants to make sure the fans are happy. She wants to go out there and give everybody a smile on her face because all she wants is to have friends. And to be a company, to take this person that had trust issues, that just wanted to be friends, just wanted to have fun, just wanted to have people be happy and like her, and do this to her. You hurt her. You hurt our little mousy. I said it multiple times. Yes, I said it for comedic effect. But I want Mouse, and yes, this is the J-Bear, but I want Mouse to bend you over that fucking table. Legally, per se, okay? No Diddy juice, none of that stuff. And go to fucking town. Because she earned that right on that one. I want this all the higher echelons of VShojo, except for the JP CEO, because he's practically just a manager and he's not that high up on the roster. But I want the actual echelons, the CEO and the COO and all those people. I want them to have generational debt. I want them to. Because they hurt somebody that everybody looks at and says, you know what, she's fun. You know what, we like her. She puts a smile on the most pessimistic of faces. You listen to her sing and you're like, God damn, these are some beats. God damn, she just wants to go out there and raise money for charity. A charity that actually helped her. And you fucked it up. question, why is she called Iron Mouse when her VTuber model doesn't really look like a mouse? That's just what she calls herself. She's Iron Mouse. And her VTuber model is the Demon Queen. Static says, weirdo. No, fuck off, Static. The way you feel about the corruption in government and all the crazy shit over there, that's how I feel about this right now. Like, your most black-pilled to black-pilled moment with government, Static, is how I feel right here. And, yeah, I could bring it up to Epstein. I could do all that shit. You know how angry that gets people? I have that same level of anger, even though the Epstein stuff gets me tired and I don't want to talk about it. I have that same level of anger as I do right here. And I want VShojo to hurt. Not the talents. Talents did nothing wrong. There's some employees over there that are just fine. I want the upper echelons to hurt. Because they royally fucked up. And they need to know that they royally fucked up.
And so it's just so depressing that this happened. And I know that, like, I don't want to talk for Mouse at any of this, because that's not, I think, this is a Mouse thing. But, like, Mouse already had, like, a hard time trusting people, so it just makes me so mad that someone that, and people that Mouse trusted kind of took advantage of that. And yeah.
Static, listen. The raw dogging isn't for your pleasure. The raw dogging is to hurt the other person.
Really, really, really angry about it. I know I'm not shouting and all that stuff. Lord knows I want to. I
will.
But, man, I'm just sad. I'm just so sad. I'm so sad. But, okay, so let's talk a bit about the video and about Mouse and, so Mouse, released.
Another way to put this, and I can't bring this image up on screen without censoring it properly, but I would have to hunt it down. In one of the Berserk volumes, after the Golden Age arc, primarily when they start getting into the what arc was it? There was the not Conquistadors. I can't think what it is. It was like the Crusade arc or something like that. Probably getting the name of the arc wrong, but it's when they have like God and a bunch of religious people going around doing godly stuff. They have this whole area in which they show off a torture chamber filled with godless heathens. There's a bunch of fun toys that are, still seared into my mind, and that image really does paint a good picture, and I wish I could bring it up, but there's titties. Uncensored, and a lot of very graphic depictions in that torture chamber. And I just sit here and think, by the way, shout out Drake Draco, just sit here and think, that's a good spot to put the CEO right now. That sounds like a fun spot. There's some fun toys I think he would just enjoy to be placed upon.
It's a statement, and I'm glad that she did, because I think that it was important for Mouse to be able to tell this from her own words, from her own side. And again, reminder, this is, what Mouse's attorneys have approved Mouse to say. And this is what they're allowed to say. So, if you can say this and you can't say the other stuff, anyway. The one good thing that's come from this so far, and then I guess we can get into that in a little bit, but goddamn. Oh man, I'm sorry. My thoughts are hard to formulate in this moment, and perhaps I should have had a script, but I feel like I didn't really want to come in here and be like, this is what my lawyer has approved. I feel like, because there's so much support from you guys and from the viewers for Mouse and for especially our charitable endeavors, that I felt like it would be doing a bit of a disservice to kind of just lawyer talk out of this.
My lawyer has told me to, say whatever the fuck I want because I'm not implicated. And I think I just lagged up again. So if I did fuck up my audio there, I am so sorry. But my lawyer did say I can say what I want as long as it doesn't break TOS. Thank you, Brad.
But yeah, it's just so depressing. And obviously found out about this quite a while ago. I've been concerned for quite some time about certain things. And so, was pushing quite heavily. And so I'm glad that, Mouse was able to get answers. Obviously, it was not great answers. And I mean, dude, can you imagine that you've put so much of your life and so much of your effort and everything that you hold dear and everything that you care about into something, and someone else is like, whoops, forgot about that. Oh, I was supposed to do that. I'm okay. I don't think I'll do it. And then you can't even get like a good answer as to what the fuck is going on. Yeah, it's just I'm like dumbfounded. So, you know, and I'm glad that that now it's out and that we can hopefully start figuring out what the next steps are. Obviously, it's just so shit, man. It's so shit. So one thing that I was like, you know, we should do this is that we should talk to the Immunodeficiency Foundation and kind of explain what's a bit about what's going on. And man, that is like, if you think you've ever had to break bad news to people in your life, dude.
Imagine having to go over to a bunch of cancer kids. And I know the Immunodeficiency Fund, not cancer kids, it's for people with immunodeficiency disease and probably some cancer kids. But just imagine going over to like St. Jude's and seeing a bunch of cancer kids and having to say, listen, okay, we had this $500,000 to give you, staring these cancer kids in the face. We gave it to this company to give to you, and well, they didn't give it to you. As you stare those cancer kids in the face. That's fucked. And I have to feel for them. Like, this is something they care about. Something that actually impacted Iron Mouse's life. And you have to go to them and say, yeah, they fucked you over. There's not... there's not enough punishments in hell for people like this. Like, this is a one-way ticket. You fucked over people that really needed that money. You really did a fucking bad thing here. And you're not going to be able to recover. Like, people look at this and go like, bro, what? These people help others try to have a normal life, try to live at least as close to a normal life as possible. And you're just going to give them the money. I said it at the beginning of the stream, and I'll say it again. If it was just the talent that wasn't getting paid, this would be a big issue and you would still be fucked. But when you add on the charity aspect, the issue multiplies by 1,000. If it was just the talents that weren't getting paid, I'm pretty sure a lot of people would have been like, yeah, this is fucked up, but it wouldn't be as big. The fact of the matter that charity was involved in all this. And so much money to charity. So much money. Me saying that whole torture scene from Berserk, there's a bunch of toys I want to put the CEO on. That's nice. There's a lot of people out there that are really mad that have said much worse things than I have. And I'm being nice because of TOS. And the sole fact of the matter that I think there should be a lot of other really mean things said. These people, the talents, Connor, Mousy, Michi, all of them, they have to be very tactful in what they say and how they approach this because they're going through lawsuits right now. They're going through legal actions. They can't just come out here and say, I want to bend that guy over a fucking table and take a broom to his... I'm shutting up. They can't say that. Because that can hinder their ability to move forward. I will. And I think there's a whole lot worse things that need to be said. Because I need to drill it home in this dude's head how royally fucked he made this situation.
I mean, I normally don't like get upset or cry about things, but like, man, like having to...
I don't cry, I sweat from the eyes.
Was just like so ridiculous. Because, you know, me and Mouse have both spent so much of our online time and the work that I do here and what the Mouse does, like advocacy for the Immunodeficiency Foundation. And, you know, I genuinely see all the immunodeficiency people like family. Like we have calls with them every month. We walk through what they're doing. We walk through all the fundraisers that we're doing and where the money's going. Like, talk to patients. I've interviewed people who have benefited from the charity, and I've gotten to speak with them. And like this, it's so hard when you donate money. Like there are so many people who are being so generous in donating money. It's so hard to see that money and to imagine that you like helped someone. and to see the direct benefits of that. But, I've been really fortunate where I've been able to like actually talk to so many of these patients who have benefited from this money and who have been able to increase their quality of life because of this money. And so to like kind of hear that like people won't get it really hurts. Because again, I've spent so much energy, and Mouse spent so much energy on raising money for this charity that, like without them, we wouldn't have iMouse streams, like they are such an important aspect of Mouse's life. And yeah, sorry, getting a little sad. Get a little sad, man, when I think about it.
You have the right to get sad. Mouse has openly talked about like some of the things she had to go through. One of my favorite clips, and I know it's a little morbid as to why it's my favorite clip, but it's also it's so real, I think is the good term to say. And it's an understanding moment. And I wish I need to go hunt it down. But it was one of the first couple of times that Mouse and Connor, interacted on stream, and it's a really unique clip. And it is funny, but in a really morbid way. But they're playing games, and every time Mouse talks, you hear like here, if I bump up my fan real quick, you might be able to hear it. Like if I talk right now, you can hear that air, my fan. You can hear the effect that it has on my mouth, on my thing. I just turned it back down. But you kept hearing that every time she talked. So Connor just goes like, "Yo, do you have a fan on? Because it sounds like you're breathing heavily into the mic right now." And she just claps back with, "That's my breathing tube." And Connor, his reaction is, "Holy fuck!" And you just start breaking out laughing because it's like, holy fuck. It's morbid, but at the same time, it's so real to understand. Like, Mouse has breathing issues. Mouse just recently was able to walk again. Mouse has gone through so much. And to like put that into perspective on just how much this foundation means to her. Like, she used to be in that state. And we wouldn't have her without that foundation. Now she's giving back because she is so large and has the capability to do this. And they dropped the ball. Fuck.
Because and then I started thinking about like, man, like we hear about Iron Mouse, and we're so lucky that we hear about the Mouse's story and Mouse's journey. And then I get so sad that I think like, damn, it could have ended so much more differently if there wasn't people who were trying to do the right thing. And that makes me really angry. So yeah, that's really tough to deal with. But I think it's been great to see the support the Mouse has gotten so far. And when I was talking to Mouse, and Mouse obviously extremely nervous about doing this, releasing this, obviously, as this is like such a difficult thing to do. And
it's a brave thing to do. Mouse is an inspiration for so many reasons. What she did here was probably the bravest thing that she ever fucking did. Called out people that needed to be called out. People that she trusted. People that were manipulating her. Yeah, it's tough. Doing the right thing's tough. It's the bravest fucking thing I think I've ever seen somebody do. I'm so amazed with Mouse. And I'm sweating from the eyes right now. I am not tearing up. Shut up. Cloud, if you're in chat, I am sweating of the eyes. It is hot in here. Okay? But I don't... I think what I would do in Mouse's situation here, okay? If I was in that situation, do I have that strength to stand up and call these bastards out? You know what? I'm a loudmouth jackass. Yeah, probably I would. But at the same time, you sit there and you think, these people have told me the only reason this company is running is because of me, and I need to keep doing this. And you just start thinking about that, and you go like, God damn. You lit a match on a company for the right reasons. You took this company down for the right reasons. Nobody really wanted to do it, but you knew that if you didn't speak up, nobody would have ever heard the truth, and you probably would have, nothing would have changed. Yeah. I sit here and I think, Jesus Christ, she's the bravest fucking person out of all of us. A chick who's so sick she can't really leave her room. somebody who just wanted to go out there and have friends is fucking braver than everybody in the chat right now. If Hayden's still in chat, Mouse is fucking braver than all of us. I don't think anybody in the chat has the balls like Iron Mouse did. And it might have scared the shit out of her, but that's why people are rallying around her, because Jesus Christ. There's not a whole lot of words to kind of like say how fucking based and awesome this is. Like, I don't think there are the correct amount of words in the English dictionary or the right word to just say one, how fucked up this is, but at the same time, just how impressive she is. And I know Connor's gonna bring it up, and no, I was laughing there. I was not crying and covering up a tear. Connor points something out, and it when I think about it, I think I just think about all the shit that I go through, and I go like, shit, she's 1,000 times better than me. Jack Tarlat says he has an autoimmune disease. Do you really, bro? You were a firefighter one summer? Well, Weasel, that's not that impressive. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. I'm just like, I think Mouse is an inspiration to everybody, and it just to see this. And no, these aren't tears that are welling up in my eyes. Again, I'm sweating. It's hot. Like, it's 82 degrees outside.
And Mouse is not a drama person. Mouse is not a confrontational person. Mouse is not the type of person who would get into this. Mouse would do everything in her power to not let it get to this point. And so to see it kind of like get there and just watching Mouse being like torn apart by this was, yeah, made me really, really angry. And I really, really hope that the people who are responsible for this, I hope that they're held accountable and that there's some form of justice. But other than that, it has been amazing to see like just how much support there's been for the charity and for Mouse.
And again, guys, if you want to help out that charity, if you want me to drop that link, I think I still have the link on my thing. I'm dropping that link again because I believe in it. I donated to it. And Jack Tarlad just said, yeah, he does have it. And I don't have a reason to disbelieve him. This charity. And of course, Stream Elements does the whole, tip here. Yeah, that great timing, Stream Elements. Anyways, like, this charity is designed to help people like Jack. I want people to get help with this. Like, this is something I believe in. I'd love to see Dermy's reaction being 15 feet away from a 20-foot flame. He'd probably sweat off 5 pounds. I'm good. I know, Cloud. You should feel sorry about that. You're poor.
Because, and I think that I'm really happy that everyone's kind of taken to the Mouse and the charity here. And like already, like so far, like as I'm like talking, it's going up. You know, it's kind of crazy. But like $223,000 raised already, and Mouse hasn't even streamed. You know, like that's crazy. Like that's so cool. And I'm just kind of like overwhelmed for Mouse as well, man. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like the level of generosity has been really cool to see. And you know, even with the Immune Deficiency Foundation, like we've worked with them so much that like we work with them so much that you can literally go on their website to read about a page with us and how we fundraise and how you can get in and get involved. Like there is a page on their website dedicated entirely to the fundraisers that we do. Like and like the impact that, you know, all of you guys have had.
Love little chibi Iron Mouse right there.
On people's lives. And like, look, being in like a content creator space and having to raise money for charity, it's a weird situation because people want to know what they're donating to. And the sad reality of like immunocompromised stuff is that it is super not easy to explain. Like it is, and like for lack of better words, it's not a sexy disease.
It's not a disease that you can go over there and say, look at these cancer kids. You want to help out these cancer kids. It's something completely different. Like Jack Tarlad just told us about his issue. There's like 400 of them.
Like, because like it is so hard to fully get across what it is that common variable immunodeficiency is, right? Like even saying it sounds like I get like explaining to someone like, hi, primary immune deficiency is a situation where sometimes your immune system just doesn't work. But wait, there's 450 different versions of it, and there's some people are only affected with like super individual cases. Like it's such a complex disease to talk about and to fundraise for. And I'm so glad that like people are willing to listen and to hear out when me and Mouse are always talking about it. And so that makes me really happy. Yeah, 450 that we know of. Sorry, it's terrifying. Like it's a really like horrible disease because basically you just, you know, you could live your whole life thinking, damn, I'm healthy, and then suddenly when you start to get like, you know, older, maybe 25, status, you know, maybe you just start getting sick, and maybe you're getting pneumonia, which you've never gotten before, and maybe you're getting that sinus infection that's lasting a lot longer and happening a bit more often than it was before. And the doctor's always like, well, you should try this, you should try this, you should try this, because the doctors themselves don't even know about it. A lot of doctors are not educated in primary immune deficiency, which is why a lot of the money also goes towards helping further train doctors, helping give them more information.
My Wi-Fi is dropping. I see little red bars. Okay, it's back up to normal speed, so let's hope nothing bad happens, ladies and gentlemen.
Because they're like, it's scary to think as somebody who might be sick that my doctor might just have no idea what the fuck is wrong with me. And the fact that you'd have to live with that and your quality of life will just keep getting worse and worse while you're being given medication and treatment for stuff that is not the problem. It's like super demoralizing, super draining, and like a horrible quality of life. And it only gets worse the older you get. So it's why there is such a massive need for just educating people and talking about it, which is why with all this stuff, I want to make sure that we all learn a bit more about the charity and the disease, because it's such an important part.
It honestly sounds terrifying when you sit down and think about it. The older you get, the more likely it is for you to basically just get it. And then just slowly get hurt over and over again, and you don't have an ability to get out of it. It sounds terrifying. So that explains you always wearing shades. Fuck off, Legatus. Fuck off.
That is like half the battle with raising money and raising.
Oh wait, you were talking about somebody else, not me. Shut. I did a stupid. I'm sorry, Jack. I did a stupid. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth stream as much as viewers, blah, 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 blah. I don't see why, but I mean, I did have that drop in moment, so hopefully nothing bad happens. I know, Legatus, I did a stupid. Thought we were talking about me sweating from the eyes still.
Awareness to get research. You can't raise more money without people knowing about it, and you can't fix the disease until there's a lot of money and help people have better quality of lives. But like, imagine it, like you suddenly start getting sick, you don't know what's going on, suddenly you can't be around your friends, your family, and if you do want to be around your friends and family, they have to quarantine for days at a time. It's like terrifying. Like, it's genuinely such a horrific and lonely experience.
Jeremy got his guard up. At least he stopped crying. Shut up, dummy wormy. I take the L on this one. I kind of fucked up there. I'll take the L. It's just like when I handed Cloud off a box of porn. I'm taking the L on that one. God, I'm never going to be able to unhear those sounds that Cloud made. Haunts me. I need to get back to this video. I'm not crying. I'm sweating. It's hot in here. Sprite got in my eye. The nozzle hit the nozzle hit my eyeball. That's why. It's water. Sweating. How'd you moan?
To have to go through that, like you. Like mentally are like completely fine, but suddenly now you're isolated, you can't talk to anyone, you suddenly keep getting sicker and sicker. It's awful. It's a really horrible disease.
Now you understand why Mousy just can't leave her room. She doesn't have a whole lot of friends, and she just wanted friends. She just fucking wanted friends.
And you know, the fact that like Mouse is able to stream and do what Mouse does with all of that is insane. Like, Mouse is like a superhero, man. Like, I when I get mildly sick, I'm like, better take 3 days off. You know. Meanwhile, Mouse is like in her puke-a-thon, in her subathon, puking all the time, and then coming back to stream like nothing happened. It's crazy.
Her subathon, she was sick, throwing up. I'm acting just fine. Didn't know that. I'm kind of like Connor there. You know what? Guys, I'm not feeling too good. I'm not going to stream today. I'm not going to go to work. What's wrong with you? Got a tummy ache. Fucking pussy. Mouse is literally the best of us. And she just want to fucking...
Like, I can't do that shit. Puke-a-thon next. Oh, God. So, it's like crazy, you know? There's a lot to admire, I think, about Mouse, and to be proud of, I think. I'm always so impressed with Mouse and her ability to, no matter what, just kind of power through it all. Get through it. So, yeah, I'm just mad. I'm just so mad. You're locked in now, mate. Thank you for the comedic relief. I mean, you know, it's depressing.
Hey, JS Pena.
I think it has been really cool kind of seeing so far everyone kind of coming together, everyone kind of trying to raise money for charity, everyone, you know, taking this really horrific mess and
Oh, JS Pena made it home just in time for VShojo to go up in flames and for us to be seeing just feeling sad.
Making it into something good. And I really do hope that publicly you guys don't have to wait long to fully find out what happened, and because I think everyone wants answers. I think we all want answers to what the fuck has happened. How can you f this up so much? And I wish Mouse was able to go like Hail Mary and just tell you guys everything. But we have to wait. We have to wait. We should be patient. We have to wait for the full story. You know, lawyer's got a lawyer. Although I was talking to another lawyer about this because I was also curious. I was asking him like his thoughts on the situation, you know, and I said I was like, nah, fuck it, we ball. Let's get that lawsuit. Let's go crazy. I was like, what are they gonna do? Sue the talent? That's crazy.
Yes.
Because I feel like okay, it's like if you as a talent agency sued your talent, that no talent would ever join your company ever again.
Well, actually, talent would still join the agency. It really just depends on the context, because there has been talent agencies that sued their talent for not doing what they were supposed to be doing. So yeah, that happens, but the context matters. That's the point there. Sorry to give some pushback. It's just that it's a me thing. Shut up.
And at that point, like, what are you suing for? You're suing to like pay off the debt you owe to that talent. You know what I mean? Like, this is be like Disney if Disney tried to sue Mickey Mouse. It's ridiculous. But you know, the lawyers are funny, and law thing needs to be done. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So that's about it. That's all I have. That I don't have much else to say other than I'm angry. I'm disappointed. It's not hard to, you know, pay money that you owe. It's about it. It's really not that difficult. It's not your money. Don't you know? Don't f it. All right.
I love how he goes like that was. Oh shit. Fuck! I lost it. Give me a second, guys. I did a stupid. Let me see. Can I get? No. That is not where I wanted to go. Can I find it? Oh shit. 2 hours ago, Asmongold just reacted. Asmongold, it's a 40-minute video. Do I have, fuck me. Let's go history. Okay, right here. Got it. I got it, guys. I salvaged this shit. I didn't close a tab. I hit a number button. It's a thing. But I love how he says, "Hey, I'm wrapping it up." When you go back to full screen, that's 20 minutes in. There's still like 8 minutes left, and he's about to tell you why. There's more coming. He turned his chat off.
You know,
he turned his chat off not to bother him. They start bothering him.
pay money that you owe. It's about it. It's really not that difficult. It's not your money. Don't don't forget it. All right. Okay. All right, what did he say? Okay, my lawyer did message me. Okay, he didn't send all caps. I'm fine.
That's right, guys. He didn't send in all caps. By the way, no, Brad has not messaged me. There is no all caps, and I think I'm in the clear for whatever I need to be in the clear of. So I'm good. I'm good.
And look, this is going to be a mess of a situation while we wait for everything to kind of come out and for everything to kind of unfold. I think what's important is to, don't get too caught up in drama, because people are going to start to try and farm this for all it's worth.
Yep.
They're going to try to, milk every.
I said this earlier, and I agree with it. Hayden came in and agreed with it. And I can already confirm, I've already seen them. There are going to be the people that are going to come out here, and they legitimately, no joke, legitimately are going to farm this for the drama content that it is, because it is a sexy drama content. This is very sexy and very appealing, but there are going to be people, and I'm not saying the Tectones of the world, because I don't think Tectone is one of these people. I think he does genuinely care, but there are going to be individuals that come out here and are going to look at this, go like, I know nothing about VTubing, but this is a drama, and I'm going to talk about this nonstop. I don't give a shit who's involved. I'm just going to go because money. Money, 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 money. There are going to be the people, even in the VTuber sphere, because there's schizo, psychopath, VTweeter, drama farmer, nut jobs, legitimate ones that are looking at this going like, oh yeah, let's get them clicks. Because that's who they are. They will milk this shit. And that's a sadder reality of this. There's the is the vultures, the literal vultures that are looking at this like, time to get the clicks. And not the people that care, for lack of a better term. That, yeah, this is a very sexy drama. And me right here, it looks like I'm covering drama. I'm covering an actual news scandal, like something that's serious. And I'm going to get conflated with the people that no, worse than Keemstar. We're talking worse than Keemstar. We've covered a few of them here on this channel, and we'll call out another one after this, because actually I think this goes perfectly into Shy Lily's video. Actually, I can't do Shy Lily. I have to do Michi first. But the people that look at this stuff and say, clicks. That's the people he's calling out here. And I'm going to be wrapped up in that, okay? Because my usual content isn't this. Granted, my streams are, but my usual content isn't this stuff. This is my stream content. This is my fun time content. And that's why I'm doing this video, because this is affecting my fun time. This isn't like Demi not being able to handle a conversation, a controversial topic, and, crashing out. This isn't that. This is something completely different. And people are going to take it just like Demi crashing out or any of the other dramas that we've gone over. This is serious shit. And I don't want to be wrapped up in those freaks. And I pressed a button without realizing what I did. So I don't know what I did just there.
View out of this possible and stretch out facts or, misconstrue situations.
Those are going to happen. The people that are already saying, we knew VShojo was crashing out because of all the talent that was leaving. Nobody fucking knew. Shut the fuck up. Nobody had that information unless you were Connor or anybody that was actually impacted by VShojo. You knew shit.
Just wait for what the talent say. The moment the talent can all tell you about it, that's when we'll find out everything. So yeah, don't get clickbaited. Don't get listen to these crazy thumbnails or whatever the fuck. Like, just wait. We'll know all the facts when the time is right, and that's it.
I agree with that, and he still has more to go. He keeps going. I'm gonna start wrapping this one up here, but he does get a little emotional because he keeps thinking what he says here. Like I agree with. You're gonna see the people that said she did what, or I can't believe this is next, or VShojo is done. And yes, I did a VShojo is cooked title. Don't get me wrong. Those titles are about to come up all over the fucking place. But there are going to be the people that misconstrue what's being said when I'm over here trying to actually like show you what's being said. And when I go into like the my opinion is I want these people to hurt, not the talents. I want the talents to, you know, win epically. At the same time, when I even did my little speculation, I said it really depends on how Iron Mouse approached that topic and how she put that down. Was it very clear or not? And I did that little speculation because, hey, I just want to be very clear here. It could be something like that, and it could backfire on this, and not bad things could potentially happen from that. I'm not saying that 100% happened. I don't even know. I think that's a very slim chance that happened. I don't know. But that's the extent of a lot of my speculation. I'm going off of what they actually say, and I'm showing you what they actually say when I deduce what I'm thinking right now. And what I'm thinking is VShojo is cooked. Legitimately. There's no way around it.
That's about it. So that's it. That's all I have to say. I'm not going to go into too much more depth about it other than just sad and disappointed. Twitter's already going crazy, and like rightfully so. Like I feel like I understand why everyone is so fuming about.
You see why he turned off his chat, because now he has to react to it. Penguin Zero Vid.
Like everyone has the right to be completely angry and betrayed, especially if you were an active viewer of VShojo or Mouse or supported any of it. Like, yeah, you have every right to feel absolutely betrayed. I think like that. I think that's completely valid. But try not to get, try not to go too crazy. Trying to go haywire. We just gotta wait ultimately. And for now, we can continue our clowning. I think we can continue the clowning while the lawyers do their thing. We'll let the lawyers do their thing. When Mouse streams next, it'll be nice. It'll be nice to hear it. Giga. Oh, Giga, thank you so much for raiding. Sorry, I was like locked in. But I saw Giga did talk about it a little bit. And of course, Giga is ever mature. Giga had the absolute correct mentality when talking about it. Giga was like, let the lawyers cook. So I think it'll be good. But look, we're already at $230,000 raised for charity. That's like insane amounts.
I'm gonna call this one here because the chat does start like riling him up a little bit. It doesn't get too crazy. He's still very, very like, hey, I'm not going here. Oh, Daily Dose of Henya. It's a 5-minute video. Fuck it. I want to get Henya. I want to get Henya. I want to get Henya.
Hello.
Because I'm gonna have to DM Alf. I'm not anywhere near done with this topic. There's more videos, more tweets, more shit I still have to go through on this topic. I have to organize this shit as like VShojo 1, VShojo 2, VShojo 3, and just start doing that because guys, to put this into perspective, I'm going to show you. I still have all of those to go through. I ain't near done, but I haven't heard Henya's take on this. I heard like the tail end of it. I was told that it's just a 5-minute little quick thing. Oh, Connor didn't bring it up, but he started to talk about like some of the money, and he saw a tweet in which, he brought up the money, and this was the tweet in general, and he actually brought up how much this cost, and I left before that happened. This is Hino Babina. I brought it up actually in my video yesterday. Remember when VShojo plastered this all over the Tokyo subway, brag about how well they treated their talent? Turns out for 7 days, just one of these pillars cost $250,000. They did roughly four of these pillars. The number goes up drastically. Wonder where that money went, huh? Wonder where all that $500,000 went. Wonder, but here's Henya. I love Henya. Henya's a cutie. Little cutie. Apparently she cries. Don't tell me she cries. I'm gonna break through the screen and just go like, no, don't cry, Henya. Don't cry. You'll make me sweat from the eyes. But here's Henya. Henya's such an adorable Dio. She's so adorable. And I'm saying Dio on purpose because that's her catchphrase, and she says Dio constantly. Do I have the tweets? Give me a second. Like one of the most painful things to see. I'm trying to bring it up. See if I still have it. Yeah, that's Tectone. I'm seeing if I have it. I'm seeing if I have it. Right here. One of the most painful things to see. Life is pain, Dio. This hurts, bro. This hurts. Kenya's such a sweetheart. That hurts. I don't want to see her crying or saying shit like that. I want Henya to be happy. Give me a moment, guys. Actually, I need to take a call. Sorry about that, guys. I had to take that phone call because, again, I am technically the lead right now at work, and they had just some questions they needed to answer. Back to this, though, Dio. Cloud, if she cries, I'm gonna sweat.
Thank you so much for coming today. My name is Kenya the Genius, and thank you so much for coming. Oh, sorry, I am really nervous right now, and sorry, I'm just so nervous right now.
She talks fast
sorry,
already.
It's been a lot. But I made a script because I know I'm gonna freak out. So yay, good job, Kenya, like a genius. Okay,
God, if she cries, I hate you. I'm getting something ready. If she cries, I'm gonna press a button.
So, I have made the decision that I'm leaving VShojo, and unfortunately, VShojo owes me significant amount of unpaid debt that I haven't been paying in a long time. This situation has been truly heartbreaking. I truly trusted the company, and this has been, like, deeply upsetting to me. A few years ago, I was in a situation where I thought about quitting VTubing, giving up all of my dream. I quit everything. But then, after I joined VShojo, I thought everything will be alright, and then I felt like I could tell.
Oh, fuck. The waterworks haven't even started. Fuck. Don't. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Oh, fuck. Very sweaty. Very sweaty. Oh. Don't make Kenya cry.
Oh, you guys that... Hey guys, thank you for always having my back, but it's gonna be okay. Now it's gonna be alright. That's how I really felt when I joined.
Don't cry.
I'm just so sad right now that... And I am so sorry that I need to make an announcement like this and make you guys worry. I am really, really sorry.
Stop cracking the voice. Stop it. Stay strong, Anya. Mousy could do it, even though Mousy cracked. Stay strong.
However, I'm not going anywhere. This is not the end. I will continue my activities as an independent VTuber. I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be your little kiddo. And yeah, so this is not the end. And thank you so much for you guys for always supporting me and everything. It means the world to me. Thank you so much for a lot. I am so happy that I made a lot of amazing friends in VShojo and outside of VShojo. And I am really grateful as well that I have you guys and all of my amazing friends as well. And if you're willing, I'll be incredibly grateful that if you could continue to support me and also support my amazing friends as well, just as you always have. And before 5
Fuck
minutes.
you, Cloud. Fuck you. I just saw the DM you posted in the BB chat. Fuck you. I'm sweating. I'm sweating of the eyes. It's a thing. I don't want to hear Enya cry.
My stream, 5 minutes before my stream, but I just found out the VShojo haven't shipped some of my anniversary merch that I had it back in May yet. So right now, I and my manager and my attorney is working on it. So
But your anniversary merch? That shit's important. That shit's very important. That shit's designed for the people that love you and want to support you, and they haven't even shipped that shit. I'm not crying. I'm sweating.
I will let you guys know if I get any updates. I am so sorry for a lot of trouble and everything, but I will let you guys know. And
I am a man. I'm sweating. I'm sweating. Fuck off.
Lastly, thank you so much for all the love and support and everything that you guys given me. It means the world to me.
My camera just shut off. I'm sweating.
I'm having I will say, new chapter of my life, I guess. And then I'll be honest, I'm scared. But I'm really looking forward to step forward with you guys. And I'll keep doing my best. And I really hope that I can still have fun with you guys. And
you will still have fun, Enya. You will still have fun. You're still amazing, Dial. Oh no, my camera's going out again. Dial. Shut up. Shut up.
Again, thank you so much for a lot of support. Thank you so much for a lot. Sorry my voice is shaking.
I'm sweating.
I have been very upset. It has been a lot. And, I just found out 5 minutes ago, so honestly, my emotions are like, oh, yeah, bye.
I already said to cause as much pain as possible to VShojo people. I want that pain to be exponentially increased for making Hinya cry. Don't make Dio cry. Don't make Dio cry.
Yeah, but thank you so much. Yeah, again, thank you guys so much for all support and everything. But yeah, I will keep doing my activity. I'll keep continue as a independent VTuber. So I really hope that we can have a lot of fun together in the future as well. And thank you guys so much for a lot of support and everything. You guys means a lot to me. And thank you so much for everything that you guys done to me as well. And I just want to say thank you so much for a lot. I am so sorry. I prepared my script, but my head is such a mess right now, so I think I have no idea. But thank you so much for a lot. And right now, that's all I can say for now. So I will finish my stream in here. But again, thank you so much for a lot. And next time when I see you guys, I'll see you as a Henya Independent. Thank you guys so much.
I'm not crying, I'm laughing. She's so cute and adorable. Why would you were hurt by Henya? You hurt my cutie. I just want to take her, give her a big old hug, and then place her up there so nobody can hurt her. Nobody could cause her harm. Don't hurt Anya.
Stale, arigato. I'm so sorry. I thought I made a script, but my goodness. I'm really not good at explaining stuff and everything. I am so sorry. I was watching other VShojo members doing streaming. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna say this and this and this and that and that. But when I started, I was like, ah.
Brad. Kenya here is a part of a company, was a part of a company known as VShojo. VShojo is actually going under right now and didn't give $500,000 to a charity and absconded with it. This is an actual scandal, Brad. This is an actual story. She is, as of right now, a former member of VShojo, giving us her legally able to what she can legally say. There's a major fuck up right now. I have not cried. I sweated. Sweat from the eyes. Fuck you. But Brad, this is actual shit that's going down right now. Mago Arcane, the amount of money missing is too high. Mago Arcane. The amount of money missing is insanely high. Crybaby. I'm just getting called a crybaby now for sweating of the eyes.
What am I saying? What am I saying again? Yeah, thank you so much for a lot. Yeah, I will update you guys if I have any news. And thank you.
It's not a VTuber problem, Brad. You just don't understand the glory of them.
Thank you so much for a lot. And I'll see you guys soon. Again, thank you so much for a lot. I can't thank you guys enough for supporting me and all of my friends too. You guys are amazing. And thank you so much for a lot. And I'll see you guys soon.
Bye, Dio. Bye. Bye, Dio. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. Cloud's crying. I just hate seeing these people go shit. And there's so fucking much more. There's so much more. Like, I'm just gonna give you guys a tease because I might save this one for tomorrow. Zentreya, which I do have Zentreya's video. I'm not playing that one because I know you guys probably won't like that one because Zentreya uses it's not a TTS, but she has a robotic voice, and I don't know how that all meshes together. Like, she has a very unique voice. But she tweeted this out. Someone who worked with VShojo was giving out info. What the fuck? Are we so fucking serious? At the gun run, dude, what absolutely the fuck? I wasn't aware of this, and I am assuming the others weren't either. Did you know? Edit. Reading it was JP's side, and it's so fucked, dude. It still stands, and I personally don't even know what all happened behind the scenes of on EN. I just followed so blindly, leading VShojo, thinking it's all cool, man. Fuck me for being stupid. Again, you weren't stupid. You were manipulated and treated like shit, and I feel so sorry for you right now. I really do. And the gun run, well, I have toys that I would really like you to test out. Big fraud. Brad. As it stands right now, almost every single VTuber member talent was not getting paid for the past several years. Kason, who was one of them, and Mango, I'm gonna bring that one up next, actually, the Shy Lily video, because she calls out the people that need to get called out. Brad, some of the talents weren't getting paid for a year straight. They were skimming off the money to pay off like their actual employees and not the talents, even though the talents should arguably be deemed employees due to the nature of their actual contracts. Simultaneously, yeah, they were embezzling. There's no way around it. It looks like they're about to call bankruptcy. They took money from a fucking charity. The amount of money that is missing is insane, and it is too high to just like, oh well, I mean, it's an accounting error. No, there's entire people. When it came to Kason, she openly said she is owed a Ferrari's amount of money. Henya just said that her merch didn't go out. And that's like special merch. That's merch that is super important that she has to design. This is big time shit. Dude, you know I don't know this VTuber world. I think VTubers are weird, but if this fraud thing is really happening, that's fucked up and quite criminal. Yes, Brad. Legal Mindset has a Fast Facts video about it right now as well. We went over that. Like, this is deep shit doo-doo. There are lawyers involved right now. This is deep shit. VShojo went from a company that prospectively and PR-wise everybody kind of loved to, well, one video destroyed them overnight. Yeah, they're deep doo-doo shit. Deep doo-doo shit. Like, this is no joke session. Summary: VTuber company has been withholding wages and charity payments as a trustee, CA-based organization too. Yep. Don't base your company out of San Francisco, California, because you're gonna get rammed. And I'm gonna root for it. But I have this. What Zentreo was pointing out here, again, to explain it for Brad, VTubers love their anonymity. You are not supposed to know who it is behind the model. That's one of the big alluring parts of that. Yes, the personality is a big factor to the model, but you're not actually supposed to know who's behind the model. You're not supposed to know these like key details. The anonymity is a key part of all this. And that's why a lot of people get into VTubing, because they don't have to give out like their personal information. This entire post here talks about a potential JP individual that was just handing out people's information, marital status, all sorts of insane shit like that, and was bragging about it. And here, I'll read it. I'll read it. This person moved from a noted VTuber company to another as a staff last year, bragging about his new income. He thrusted me a few of his new business cards to give to my good contacts. I found the action obnoxiously rude, but maybe he was too young and friendly to know better. Then the MF wanted to meet up for tax advice because I'm a native in Japan and I hire an accountant. I was asked to have dinner in his area, which was quite far from me. Splitting the bill, oh, bastard. That day, I got convinced I didn't like the guy. Yet, because I love the talent he worked with, I was only secretly hoping he would lose his job one day. Recently, I heard from another creator that he was showing photos of VTubers' real selves while revealing their personal info like marital status. I now wanted to find a way to warn other employees. Excuse me. Today, I've learnt the most despicable shit the company has done to their talent. Don't know if he's involved with it, yet all my personal grudges is nothing compared to such betrayal. Sometimes, unfortunately, managers or agencies can be the talent's worst enemy. Please always support the talent first. Yep. Hello, butter please. Yes, it's like doxing Cloud. They take 50%. Why they need more money from the talents. These VTuber cuts from the revenue is too low. These VTuber cuts from the revenue is too low. Yeah, VTubers are getting screwed over big time. Part of me wants to believe that that's negotiable, so I don't know that. Okay, that's some fucked up stuff. Is the company doing this or some black hat behind the scenes? So it is an employee at the company that was doing this, and it very much looks like nobody was stopping him at the company. We don't know whose info was given out. We don't know if it was Henya, Kason, Michi, whoever, because it was a Japanese employee, not an American or EN, so it wasn't Zentrey or anything like that. But that's fucked up. You don't give that info out. You don't even acknowledge that. And when they say this person moved from a noted VTuber company to another as staff of last year, people are pointing out that it could be a Hololive employee, or there was a situation last year, I believe, in which a Niji Sanji contractor did a similar thing. So it could be either of those two people. We don't know. This is still just speculation. We don't know even if this was fully a part of VShojo, but it does look like it was a part of VShojo. And it's all fucked. And butter please, this is all about the VShojo stuff that's going on right now, which is all fucked. And because Mango's talking about it, I was wanting to go through Michi's thing first, because Michi's story is also just so heartbreaking, because she went from Niji Sanji, which fucked her over and treated her like human dog shit, because that's a black company, to another, well, black company. So we went over this. Let me pull up the Lily thing, and then I'll do Tectone tomorrow, because Tectone also plays into the Lily stuff as well. Let me get the Lily video. Where is the Lily video? There it is. Okay. So, again, I know, Brad, you're not used to this universe. You're not used to this world, but this is another major indie VTuber that we're about to bring up named Shy Lily. I'm wiping my glasses off. I should not have used my shirt there, but I did. But Shy Lily is a super huge VTuber. So huge, Brad, she has her own box. She can afford this herself. On her own revenue. She can afford the box. Not normal people can afford the box or the gold check. So you already know that she's big. But she's quote tweeting the Iron Mouse situation. Good thing I trusted my gut feeling when VShojo tried to recruit me. Their contract was riddled in red flags and basically legal robbery. This makes me sick to my stomach. Please, if you can, support Mouse and the IDF. And she's talking about the Tiltify IDF, not the actual IDF. I just background watched Rocky choke out Hulk Hogan on the fake stage of Rocky 3 playing a face fight within the movie. I'm losing my grip. It's okay, buddy. No, you're good. Destroying evidence of tears. I don't know what you're talking about. But we have the Shy Lily video here. This is a 38-minute long video. This might be what we do to wrap up. And then I'll do like Michi, Giga, and all the other things. Like, Brad, when I'm talking about this, there is deep-seated, like every talent that VShojo has left. Every talent has been lawyering up. We are talking about large chunks of money that is missing. The company is about to go bankrupt, it looks like. They are shutting down their store page. They aren't paying people out. They are only paying out employees. This is huge. I don't get the VTuber stuff, but I get the attorney aspect. My personal info is still protected, even though I haven't been a prosecutor for 20 years. Yeah. And Shy Lily is about to go down like some of the negotiating tactics when it came to VShojo and some of the contract information. And it's fucked. So I'm going to make sure. I'm going to put this at 1.5 speed. She also does some call-outs to against people that need to get called out.
Now I know this might be rude to you, Lily, but I just want to send my regards and best wishes, and all of, I mean at least 50% of my support to Iron Mouse. She deserves better.
Oh, she deserves better. Oh my god, dude. My heart dropped when I saw this. The Drama Frogs got into my chat yesterday, and I was like, what the fuck's going on? Leave me the fuck alone. I have to educate myself first. Dude, I saw the Drama Frogs in my chat as I was about to end stream. I was like, brother, oh, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. And then I was on Twitter, and I was like, what's going on? And then I was on YouTube, and I was like, oh, no way. I'm only gonna Lily explain. I mean, I did open a can of worms on Twitter.
Can I get a womp womp for the mouse?
A womp for my mouse, poor mouse. It must be so fucking scary to do this. Oh, like the fucking goosebumps I had.
Daily dose of Shoujo YouTube channel dead of a heart attack.
She's rightfully calling out the drama farmers, which they need called out, and I know exactly who she calls out.
What happened with Mouse? Is she okay? I hope so. I don't think that's easy to digest. No, she must have been literally shaking and quivering when, you know, opening up about what's going on. Oh fuck. I'm just sad that the feeling I had when they tried to recruit me is something that actually proved right. That it saddens me, dude. It fucking saddens me. Yeah, my gut feeling was right. Fuck me, dude. Your gut's never lied, has it? My gut's been betraying me quite a bit. Have you seen how much constipation I've had to go through? No, but jokes aside though, you can't always trust a gut feeling. I know I got a pretty solid gut feeling, but it's in the end of the day, it's just that. It's a fucking gut feeling, bro. In the end of the day, it's just that. It's still been plenty wrong or like overreacted or you know, like I've been through stuff in life. Sometimes you hang on to red flags a bit.
Try to jump forward just a little bit because I want to hear her call out the drama people because they jumped on her wrongfully.
Even the Japanese girls, they're literally all gone. There is effectively no shoujo anymore. I think your toilet will think different about your solid guts.
Yeah, I think so too. Dude, like being greedy is one thing, which was my biggest issue, and the things I've heard that go on in within. Because, you know, employees leave, and if they don't make them sign do not compete, well, those employees can talk. Dude, I thought it was a bit cringe how people literally had absolutely zero comprehension and just like tried to make the situation either into a funny or literally into a drama or rage bait. That was so uncool. I was like, brother, that was so uncool. Yeah, fucking literal Twitter meme. Like some people have to literally be dead ass sometimes. It's like, brother,
She's calling out the drama farmers, rightfully so, because one of them actually did go after her, and she's calling him out, rightfully so. some little squid, octopus, freak of nature, and his little weird buddy who's like this weird. I don't know, some weird puddle yokai. I have no fucking idea. Yeah, they try to stir up shit with her for not protecting individuals and being proud that people signed to VShojo when she didn't like what the contract was for her. And they try to make it out to be this big mega deal, like you don't care about anybody, when what's right for Shy Lily, what's not right for Shy Lily could be perfectly fine for somebody else. What's bad for Shy Lily could be just what somebody else needs. Holy hell, it's like basic contract. Like, hey, this contract doesn't work for me. I'm going to go somewhere else. Well, this contract does work for me, so I'm going to apply. Holy hell. She keeps calling him out, but rightfully, like, legitimately, I have to do this. The V-tweeter fucking drama-tards out there are some of the most brain-rotten, dumbass fucking like boogers picking losers on the face of the fucking planet that don't know how basic human interactions work or how basic human functions work. Half the time I'm sitting out here over just blatantly thinking, have you ever had an actual human interaction outside of fucking VTubing or fucking making content or off the internet? Because Jesus Christ, if you have, I'm scared to figure out if you're borderline a serial killer because of just how unhinged you act online. It's like you don't know what basic human interactions are. It's like you have this hate boner for somebody for no fucking reason, but at the same time, you want to come out here and shame her for not going around telling all these VTubers that are signing on that she definitely would have known about, even though she didn't sign on and doesn't know who's signing on with who and doesn't know exact contracts of every little individual. Oh, yeah, well, but she congratulated somebody for joining. Yeah, because that person was a friend. Contract worked for them. Didn't work for her. Basic fucking human interactions. Don't get VTubers, but understand it's industry and people live off of it. As long as it's not harmful to people, make your living. Taking advantage of them and defrauding them is wrong. I firmly agree. But sorry, I had to get that whole V-tweeter shit off my chest because I know exactly who she calls out here. And I'm going to tell you right now, that octopus freak of nature over there, yeah, you think you're going to be growing much longer? Yeah, you don't got the stamina to go up against the fucking orca cat.
You're probably like 11 years old. I want to say it's okay, but it really isn't. But I hope eventually over time you'll learn when it's the right time to be a dumbass and...
I'm sorry. Sorry. Spitted facts. Straight fucking facts right now. Contract changes person to person. It may not work for me, but it may work for someone else. Exactly. It literally exactly. And the contract that they gave Shy Lily, yeah, that was shit. What they want to do for Shy Lily was shit. But Shy Lily's situation, even at the time, very different than your standard VTuber situation.
To be quote unquote funny and when not. Yeah, it was mad cringe. Yeah, I hope Miles gets stupid. Everything she is owed. Sorry, let me catch you up to date. We open a can of worms. It's one of those topics that will be impossible to not talk about when like the entire foundation that is the Western VTubing will be talking about this. I'll look like a fucking clown if I pretend nothing's going on, bro. But
yep.
Super long story short, Miles addressed some concerns within VShojo and how VShojo is owing people large amounts of money. Amongst those people being 500,000 that is owed to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I
shouldn't be laughing at this, but it's cute.
You know what I mean, sorry. They owe her directly to, yes, but we don't know what they owe to each other talent. We know for a fact they owe to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, yeah. Literally fucking sucks. And also I made a tweet opening up about them recruiting me in 2023. Let me just talk real quick about this because I opened a can of worms. Nothing that I didn't expect. I absolutely did hope that, you know, it would make a splash because that splash in exchange will hopefully fund the engagement and help ultimately the donation link to the actual charity. So that was...
That's true. Hopefully we will get a bunch of more charity, which we have. By the way, I haven't actually taken a look at it yet. Let me pull that up really quick. Where are we sitting at right now? $735,000, ladies and gentlemen. It's going up again. I'm gonna also copy paste this fucking link because it is so deserved. I don't get I don't get this world, but legitimately love that you enjoy it and argue it hardcore like me arguing real Star Trek. Yes, legitimately, yes, no lie. Full on facts right there. It is my Star Trek right now. I don't got Doctor Who, but I got Star Trek. And by the way, if you want to help out that immunodeficiency fund right there and get that number up to 1 fucking million, because I believe in the fucking power of the internet that we can get that number to 1 million before Iron Mouse streams again and does her big donathon that she wants to use to help raise even more funds for the idea for the actual IDF, not the political IDF, but this IDF. I believe we can actually get that number to 1 million before Mouse starts streaming again. I truly do. So if you want to help out, go ahead and help out. If you can't, like Cloud, well, it's okay too. What VShojo could have done is change the contract to 60% taken for newbie VTubers who would be helped by the connection and change it back to 50% when they're established. The 50% cut, though, is still just shit. Yo, I just started streaming. Can we... another bot over on Twitch.
You know, calculated. If you can turn a shit situation into something helpful, I always will. But VShojo reached out to me in 2023. Asking me if I want to join at the end. I think it was at the end. And I don't want to be too uneducated. I can just check. Hold up before I say shit. I think it was the end of 2023. But I can check. I can literally just check. Okay, it was summer, so it was the second half of the year of 2023. And before
I saw that, Cloud, I have no idea how Bent would even connect that to Kirsch.
I say anything, I've already seen some like weird ass drama schizo, some like neglected freaking brain rotten people try and, you know, already drama the situation.
Yes. Call out that fucking goddamn squid, octopus, fucking freak of nature.
Of like, so nice of you to let other people run into the fucking fire.
Not gonna lie, that was the exact tweet that Oko tweeted out. I know exactly who she's talking about right now, and boy, oh boy, is it fucking funny.
VShojo doesn't send out fucking newsletters of people who are about to join to the entirety that is the VTubing scene. I don't fucking know who's joining, brother. On top of that, my contract that I called legal robbery, and I will stand by this.
The end of corpo tubers in the US.
No, I don't think so.
At this point, I can't see tubers willing to take the risk anymore.
No,
also,
I don't
much
think
love
so.
to Mouse and all other shows.
Yes, much love to them. Anyway, I'm gonna pause stuff for now. Yeah, me and TJ will talk about it. Pause. Don't waste your money. Shut up. But when a few of the talents walked out, a little while after, they recruited people. I was amongst one of those people I tried to recruit. We got to the contract negotiation phase, which is where everything fell apart because I strongly disagreed with the contract.
I think what VShojo did was the money is pay their employees, then invest what's left. I think they just were paying their employees. I don't think they even invested anything. I think their debts are just too high and everything around their debts are just too high. I think that's what's actually going on there. I don't think there was any sort of investments at all. I don't think they can afford investments right now because I think their debts are just way too fucking high.
It was very greedy, very exploitative of my assets. And before I say anything more, again, those weird-ass schizo fucking, I don't know what the fuck's mentally wrong with them. Those non-medication having schizos on Twitter.
Based? Based? Bro, I have a new position in life after fucking last night because Brad, I engaged the schizos. I engaged with the schizos. Not again. Not fucking again. If I know that you're a V-tweeter, okay, if I know that you're a V-tweeter, a schizo V-tweeter, and you try to engage with me at all, I'm gonna straight mute your ass. I am not engaging with V-tweeters ever fucking again. Those people are some of the most schizo psychopaths on the face of the earth. Legitimately, we're talking about people that will put. I'm trying to think of a good analogy here. Okay, a normal person would be able to put, a peanut butter and jelly together to make a sandwich. We're talking about people that will take the peanut butter, okay, and instead of putting like jelly or bananas or anything like normal over here, they put a remote over there and they put it together and see, this is something. When it's like, no, your schizo psychobabble isn't making any sense. Like, I want to call you autistic, but motherfucker, I'm autistic. That's calling me stupid. And I'm stupid, but not like this. This is straight up psycho gobbledygook from some sort of schizophrenic nightmare of a psychopath who always has to sit there and think that they're right. And then literally, I'm not even fucking joking, they will go out of their way to try to lawyer you on fucking Twitter when 1, they're not a lawyer, 2, this isn't a fucking courtroom, and 3, they're schizos. We're talking about actual psychopaths here. So everything Lily's saying right now, fucking straight facts and base. These people, I don't think they've ever had an actual human interaction with anybody. I don't know if they even understand what humans truly do with their life. And simultaneously, I don't believe they have an actual friend. But that's another discussion for another time.
Just because I disagree with the contract doesn't mean I have to go around the fucking world and literally commit slander, which, by the way, defamation is literally fucking illegal. And go be a fucking drama frog. Just because I don't like a contract and it's robbing me doesn't mean that A, other people are getting the same contract, and B, doesn't mean that other people disagree with it as much.
I let my sound effect. Wait, I might have to redo my sound effects real quick. My fucking clap sound effect is not wanting to load right now. I have a fucking clap sound effect. Let my clap sound effect play. There we go. Based. Fucking based. I don't know how normal people can't figure that out. contract doesn't work for her doesn't mean it doesn't work for somebody else.
They try to monetize my assets that I worked for. Like, I can also tell you right now, flipping burgers at McDonald's isn't the way to go and people will still fucking apply. What does that say about anything? Everyone has a different level of sacrifice they're willing to commit to. That level of sacrifice was not something I was willing to commit to at all whatsoever, but
granted, the level of sacrifice they were asking was insane.
Everyone's different, bro. Everyone's fucking different. So let me go into more detail and explain what the frick is going on. When they reached out, I was very, very, very particular about what I want and what I have to offer and my worth. And when they reached out, the person who reached out, bless them, they are an absolute sweetheart. An absolute sweetheart. They promised the fucking world. They had this big ass, long ass meeting and promised the world. Like this, they had this like massive PowerPoint. Hold up. I can't check how long, but it's very long. We had this super long call. It doesn't say how long, but we had this super massive long call of like everything they offer, which was all the way from, you know, legal advice, shows. It was just a whole lot of stuff. Shit else receipts. Girl wrote, nah, I'm not gonna dox everyone who was in the call at that time. But
I don't know if she brings it up here, but they were there was like a panel that was going around of like how much shit they actually offer. I don't know if she actually brings up like the panel. I don't think she does, but like Rima was talking about the panel. They offer a lot of really crazy good shit. Like when it comes to the idea of how do they get people to sign up for them, yeah, they offer you literally the world. You like, I don't know if Brad's here, I don't know if Static's here, I don't know if Weasel's here, but let me, Clout, this is for the sake of an argument and the sake of a discussion. I'm using you as an example point. Don't take it literal, okay? If I could come to you right now, Cloud, and I look you dead in the eye, and I say, listen, sign with me right now. I love your memes. I love how you interact on the internet. I think we can make you fucking rich and famous. We can give you all this access, all these tools and abilities. You want a PC, top of the line, brand new gamer rig. You want a good you want a good camera? Here you go, good camera. You want a Rodecaster? Rodecaster. Perfect lighting. Top of the line models, all the stuff that you need to be successful. We're going to give it to you. Okay. We're going to give that to you. We're going to give you the powers to do this. You're going to grow. You're going to become a fucking rich human being. Be able to move out of your mom's house, be all self-sustaining. Hey, you got some issues? We'll help you get through that. You want to get editors? We'll get you in touch with editors. You want to do all this shit? We're going to get you in touch with that shit. You will be a star. You will be an idol. All you got to do, sign on the line. What's a Rodecaster? A Rodecaster is a really nice mic setup. A really nice mic setup. Couple $100 right there. Couple $1,000. Half $1,000. Like $500, $600 for that setup. Yes, Rodecaster. Imagine, Cloud, I come to you with that offer. You'd be insane to say no. That's how they do it. That's how they do it. Putting hands on charity money involves the FBI and bro, I don't disagree, bro. I don't disagree. Remember, Mousy has connections to Congress. That's easy political points right there. That's all I'm going to say. Everybody can get around that one. But Cloud, legitimately, you would sign that contract. Even if it's 50-50 or 40-60 or something like that, you would sign that contract. What's the catch? 50-50. You'd sign the contract still. You'd probably negotiate down. We'd probably get to maybe a 30-70. I get 30%, you get 70%. Still sign the contract. You got nothing right now. But that's what they do. They go to the people that with very little. Them going to Shy Lily was the fuck up because they're going to get deeper into this, or she's going to get much deeper into this and explain why going to Shy Lily was the bad idea.
I do need a mental refresher real quick. Hold up. Let me mute everything. They had this like beautifully crafted thing of like how VShojo operates, first of all, how they're true to their values, their tech team, and all the strong finances They were showcasing all the events they can.
I have to admit to something. I was looking into her eyes expecting to see like the slideshow or like some of the information that was going to be popping up. And then it dawned on me, no, it's not going to show up, you dumbass. This is a virtual person. You're not going to see what's actually going in her eyes.
Do for me online, offline, organization-based projects like product management, third-party support, blah blah blah. Online events such as debuts, coordinating with contractors, hype and marketing, media assets and whatnot. They have case studies on all the things they have been doing, such as the Minecraft server and what they're doing for that, IRL stuff and VIRL stuff, backpacking and whatnot.
Bro, like all this, you give Cloud, you show this to Cloud, he'd sign on that dotted line. He'd fucking sign on that dotted line. The issue was they went to Shy Lily.
For which talents they did this for?
Hell, you bring this to me, I'd probably sign on the dotted line. Wouldn't know any better. People, the only reason Shy Lily knew better was because she's so big at the time. She was at the peak of her. She's just continued growing since, but she was huge when they went to her. That's why they wanted to go to her. Look, we got Shy Lily as one of our talents now. That's why they wanted her. They just couldn't negotiate an actual good deal because their offers were shit. But you go to anybody else, they'll take that. They'll straight take that. They might negotiate down the cuts, but they'll take that and run.
Events they have been doing, what concerts, birthday concerts, offline events, online events, all the highlight videos they have for those online events, consultations, international relationship industry, public relations, finance, security, DMCA takedowns, copyright, escalation systems, interviews, blah, 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 PR management, interviews, takedowns with like all kinds of teams that they work with, helping with commissioning, games, collabs, blah, 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 support.
Like, I hate to keep pausing her because she's just going down the list of shit that they do. Michi, and I wanted to play Michi's video before this, but I just don't have time. Michi went from Niji Sanji, which gave her nothing, to a company that offered her the world. Michi was a part of a corpo, went to another corpo, got burnt real bad by that corpo. But the first corpo treated her like pure dog shit and let really bad things happen to her. You come to her offering all this, Michi signed. And she had a bad corpo experience, and she's still signed. That tells you that their contracts work depending on who you're going to. Definitely doesn't work with Shy Lily.
Or in voice acting, scheduling support, even lessons for like other stuff, mental health and therapy, merchandise, merch production. And then we got to the point, and that was all beautiful. That was where everything, this is where everything is like, holy shit.
I talked to you like you know who that is. Okay, Michi is another was a content creator that worked for Niji Sanji. Oh shit, give me a second, guys. I have another call. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So sorry about that. Again, for like Ombro or people that are still watching and stuff like that, I'm currently the lead over at my job. So when phone had to ring, I had to answer. That's how it is right now. So that's how it is. But I see Ombro. He talked about Michi. I only call her Michi. I can't ever say the full names of any VTuber out there. But actually, Mori Calliope, oddly enough, I can say that, but that's super easy. Michi is a former member of Niji Sanji. When she was over at Niji Sanji, she was bullied, mistreated. She had no money. They treated her like pure dirt. She made it to 100,000 subscribers. And instead of her getting, that beautiful plaque that they give out to people, it was given to the company. They mistreated her. They accused her of stealing. They accused her of doing a whole lot of shit over at that company. She leaves. She becomes indie for a little while. VShojo approaches her and goes like, hey, you want to come up with us? Here's all these offers that we're going to give you. Okay, we're going to work with you. She even sang the praises of VShojo when she was first signing on for like a year. Until recently, she was singing their praises. She went from getting no money to some money, and now she's back to no money, and she's being mistreated again. But knowing that she went from a really bad situation to another situation that started off good and then became bad, that tells you just how good these deals were. Ori went from a bad situation to a new situation. I heard she was suffering from something at the time, but I'm happy that she's better, and I'm sad that she's going through this too. That's awful. Yeah, Cloud. Yeah. So when I'm putting this out here, like, Shy Lily turned it down. That doesn't mean it wasn't right for somebody else. Michi took the offer. So when people are coming out here shaming Shy Lily for not warning people about the offer, Michi went from a really bad corpo to what ended up being another really bad corpo. It was right for her. They gave her a good deal, a good contract, something she liked. In comparison to Niji, VShojo contracts was like heaven and hell. Yep. Legitimately. VShojo's contract was a pure glory to her. It just now became hell. Like, if we really want to sit down and think about it, I believe Michi joined last summer to VShojo, or maybe it was earlier than that. I could be getting my dates wrong here, so correct me if I'm wrong, OM. But she went from something purely evil. And you can listen to like some of the videos that Michi has out there about her experiences over at Niji Sanji. It's bad. It's really bad. And it's only recently that VShojo did this to her. So yeah. And I go back to my overall point. Just because Shy Lily didn't sign the contract doesn't mean it wasn't okay for Michi at the time. Meanwhile, FaZe Connect doing nothing and winning. Legitimately. FaZe Connect does nothing and wins. The biggest controversy I know from FaZe Connect is Pippa. But that's if you're a psycho and think Pippa's a problem. Pippa's just pure Pippa. Pippa's pure. I saw a clip the other day. I don't remember if it was you, Cloud, that sent it to me, or if it was just something I saw on my timeline. But it was Pippa and Lumi playing Minecraft together. And it was on their custom server. And there was a picture of Sakuna interviewing Lumi. And it was, the black leather couch. You know the joke. You know the joke. And Pippa asked Lumi, so is this how you got into FaZe Connect? And Lumi just goes like, pretty much, yeah. I fucking love FaZe Connect. I'm also a huge Hololive fan. I'll admit it. I'm a Hololive stan. You can call me whatever you want. I think Hololive's doing just fine right now. I think with the Nimi revelation recently, we're figuring out what actually is going on over there. I think it's just similar to this. The contracts started having to get renegotiated. People were just disagreeing with where they were going to be going. That's what happened over at Hololive. That's why people started leaving there. I think that's pretty cut and dry. I don't see any real issues over there, but people want to say there's bigger issues. But I think you did send it, Cloud. All the VTubers scammed by VShojo should come together and file a class action. They can't file a class action, but they should just take them to court. Take them to court and wrongful terminations, misuse of money. There's a lot of stuff. We watched Owen Bro. We actually watched Legal Mindset's video. I think I still have that up. But you should go check out Legal Mindset's Fast Facts video on like some of the angles that they easily could take this.
shit, this is insane. Also, just as a context reminder, when VShojo opened their applications way before that, I applied. And actually made it past the first wave, and then never heard anything back. Ever. Never ever. So, needlessly to say, it was, first of all, it was my long-lived dream to join Hololive. They didn't want me, or rather, never looked at my application or anything. Yeah, this is before I debuted, by the way. This is a long time ago. I wanted to join Hololive. Never heard back from them, or anything like it. So, when I saw that the VShojo girls had so much fun, and they were such a
Pekkamome enjoying doing everything, doing good. Yeah, Hololive, I think, is doing just fine. I think a lot of people like to, like, I know I need to play this, but this is a thought process that has been going through my head, especially with the recent revelations from VShojo. You're seeing a lot of people come out and go like, they were right. VShojo's going down. We didn't acknowledge that they were right all along. The problem is everybody that's saying they are right now didn't know for sure if they were right. They just said they were right. Yes, a bunch of talents were leaving VShojo, but unless you had like actual ties to these talents or an actual in with somebody that actually worked at VShojo, you didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. There's a lot of V-tweeters and a lot of schizos out there that were trying to say all along they knew for sure that the company was going to go down. If this didn't come out, if all this was handled behind the scenes and tomorrow, you know, nothing happened and everybody was fine and they figured out how to pay it off and fix everything, nothing would have changed. They'd still be going on. But those people that were saying, oh my God, they're definitely going down, would have been wrong then. So now you're seeing all those people that were saying, yes, they're definitely going down, you know, claiming the scalp that they don't really have a right to have. But at the same time, they're kind of right, but not because they actually knew they were going to be right. And they're trying to do the same thing with Hololive because they lost Gura, they lost Numi, they lost several big profile individuals, but it's like, but they still have a lot of good profile individuals. And with like the Nimi stuff, when you read what Nimi put out about her marriage coming up, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Talents here, companies here, they were just growing apart. And that happens in these industries. Not always with like this, but that happens in most entertainment industries. Talents naturally grow apart and you just cut ties. And we even look at like how the Hololive talents cut away from Hololive itself. None of it looks like, except for like Kiria Coco and some of their bigger cutaways and half terminations. With the recent ones, it all looks like everybody just left on really good terms. I mean, you look at Saba's debut, a lot of that stuff was Hololive-based stuff, and she got very lucky because of her ties with Hololive. I was told you were crying. I was not crying. I was sweating out the eyes. The only person you think was right was the blue Voldemort. The blue Voldemort. I don't know which one you're talking about. I can think of somebody who's blue that we can't say the name of anymore, which is sad.
Tight-knit group and like collabs and hangouts, and they look like the most beautiful people on planet to me. So I applied. Didn't make it very far. Made it like past the first or second. I don't remember. Past the first
sweating
phase for
cloud.
sure.
I was sweating.
And I just kind of got ghosted. They looked like beautiful. I was like, whoa!
Oh,
like
Nux,
my heart was like.
Nux was the only one that was right, and Nux got some vindication. He's taking the scalp of the company right now, but even he's acknowledging what happened to the talents is fucked. Nux got fucked over. I'm not a huge Nux fan for very specific reasons, but even if you're not a huge Nux fan, you can look at that VShojo situation and go like, yeah, that was fucked.
I really wanted to be part of those girls. Like, it was just perfection, you know? I was like, dude, I fit right in. And, yeah. Then, far later, eventually at some point, they reached out at the almost peak of my career, and they were trying to hire me. So they were giving me this whole presentation of what they can do for me, which was, great and all, but then we came to a list of things that are very important to me. I can run down the list super quick. It should be easy to find. I don't have the list saved anyway, but I know who I send it to. So if you give me a hot moment, I can't find the list. So I have a list of like non-negotiable values. I absolutely, entirely, without a doubt, non-negotiable. Absolutely not. Okay, this is a big ass list.
Reminder, they came to her when she was at her peak, after a lot of their peak talents left. Yeah, it makes sense to try to get Shy Lily at the time. Problem is, you weren't ready to negotiate with Shy Lily.
I also noted some red flags that I noticed right away, but keep in mind, those are when I at this state of the contract, when I call them red flags, it is more so I've been dealing with contracts for a while at this point in my career. Lots of contracts are, I hate this word so much, standard contracts. So things you can negotiate. You can negotiate, right? My biggest contract was the revenue share. I did not like how their revenue splits with merchandise and similar things. I'm not gonna go through the whole list like in detail. It is literally like a 2-page fucking doc, bro. But they wanted too much revenue share, way too much. Like that was absolutely not it. And the money they offered me in exchange for taking this much of my revenue was just not even that was an insult. It was an insult. The money they said they would provide me with each month for stuff like concerts, models, assets, commissions, whatever, it was an insult. With how much they take, it's an insult.
Realize, especially with like her at the time, you need to be coming with your best foot forward for a Shy Lily. And I don't remember if she gets into it here, but they were wanting to do 50-50 like revenue split. You're not going to get a 50-50 revenue split. And if your company offers you a 50-50 revenue split, run the fuck away. 50-50 is a bad revenue split, period. I know it sounds nice, but it's not nice, especially when you consider like the revenue split happens after YouTube's cut, for example. So if YouTube takes 30%, then out of that remaining money, they take half of that. That's fucking ridiculous. Simultaneously, the better industry standard would end up being like a 20-40. I'd say 30-70 probably is probably more common with people, but a 20, some people get it all the way down to 10 because you're the one bringing in the money. They get some of the cut. Yes. I think VShojo was in over their head with established VTubers. VShojo could have gained profit with a 70-30 or an 80-20 split too. They could have gained with an 80-20 split when it came to Shy Lily, but they went way over the head and they thought that she was going to be a normal individual in person. But nope, she was an established creator at the time with a very further fan base and a lot of contracts and a lot of deals in place. She was raking in the cash just like she is right now. She's super successful. And they wanted her, obviously, for the name recognition. And oh, well, look where it is. It did not put their best foot forward. This is one of the people that... it's like going to RDJ for, like, Avengers. How do you get RDJ back to do Avengers to play Doomsday? You don't just go forward with him and go like, hey, you want to come back? Oh, you were Iron Man. No, he's not going to come back. He's an established creator. You got to back up a truckload of money to get RDJ back. VShojo wasn't willing to back up a truckload of money to get Shy Lily. Simple as that.
I also didn't like how they kept calling 50-50 splits. That was a genuine red flag because they kept calling 50-50 splits the what was that word? Industry standard. Any corporate that hires you and always puts emphasis on industry standard, run. Run. First of all, 50-50 is not the industry standard. It is not. Absolutely not. No. It should be much closer to, and like some people get as low as 20%, 15 or 10. 50-50 is abysmal. Also, third-party deals was also the biggest red flag. They wanted 5% on third-party deals. I wanted them to negotiate it down.
For those of you that don't know what a third-party deal is, which is ridiculous, a third-party deal is essentially if this person over here, so like a good example with Shy Lily is Mythic because she's a part of Mythic. If Mythic comes over with a contract for, play this game for a sponsorship and we'll take X amount of money because we brought you said game, you get X amount of money in as well. VShojo wanted 5% of that. They did none of the work to bring that, but they wanted 5% of that. That was just straight up stealing. You did none of the work there, but you just want that because, well, you're a VShojo talent. We're gonna take 5%. No, that's fucking retarded. Okay, that's idiotic. It's like if I go to Adam and I say, hey, Adam, I brought you this deal. You get X amount of money, but because I brought you this deal, I want like $10 or 10%. Okay, something very small. because I brought you the deal. I'm going to help you out, you know, grow. You're going to get the vast majority of it. It helps you grow, all blah, 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 blah. And then Cloud comes in and goes like, great. Hey, Adam, I'm taking 5% of that. What the fuck did Cloud do? Cloud did jack fucking shit. I get 10% because of my commission fee. Cloud gets nothing. So why do you think VShojo deserved any of that?
Down to 0. If you don't know what third-party deals are, third-party deals is stuff that they have nothing to do with. It's me doing stuff. Mine. If Mythic brings me an offer, they want 5% on top of Mythic's. Like what? Nah, so I was like, negotiate this down to 0. One thing that wasn't a red flag at first, I also told them, stay the fuck away from gamer subs. Stay the fuck away. Literally, stay the fuck away. And at first they were like, sure, fair. But then they tried to be dodgy about it, and they were like, for the time being, yes, until we renegotiate the contract. I was like,
I don't know. Was Shy Lily a partial owner of Gamersubs at that time? Because if they're trying to now get Gamersubs revenue from her, that's ridiculous. Or partial ownership because they signed on Shy Lily? Nah. That is straight fucking stupid. That ain't yours. You didn't help grow that. You ignored her at the time. You're only coming her now because you need a big name associated with you. Stay the literal fuck away from that.
No! Stay the fuck away! No renegotiation! And the excuse for this was, as part of VShojo and part of the brand name, part of the income and
have a good night, Legatus.
Opportunities that come my way are due to VShojo in my name. And I said, no. All of these things are stuff I did myself. You don't touch it. So yeah, the biggest red flags were, one of them was they refused to go down to 0% third-party deal fees. Again, third-party means Mythic gets me a sponsor. And VShojo isn't touching it. I
already explained this, but let the chibi Shy Lily do it.
Myself something. I don't want VShojo to fucking touch it. And they couldn't let go of that. They just couldn't. I said if you have involvement, if you're involved in any of these and help out, you can have maximum 5% based on involvement. But if there's no involvement, it's 0, and they refused. Another, probably the by far biggest red flag, I say this now, but maybe later on, I will get reminded of something else. The by far biggest red flag, the two, sorry, that kind of intertwine. The by far biggest red flag was I asked them to sign a non-compete based on gut feeling and hunches I may have had from rumors that have made their rounds. I asked them to sign a non-compete between them and Mythic. Let me explain what this means. A non-compete means that if Mythic gives me sponsors. So what Mythic is, so Mythic Talents, I'm part of Mythic Talents, which is the same as UTA and other places. They give you sponsors.
There's a lot of words. I have to pause that because a lot of people are, I know Adam here, the curmudgeons go like, what the fuck is he saying? Mythic's a sponsor organization. Basically, you go to them, they help you get sponsor links, help you get video games, help you get, revenue growth, things of that nature. They help you out with a lot of stuff like that. And they're actually very helpful. They work with a vast majority of large name creators from Shy Lily, obviously, but Tectone, Asmongold, Kirsch, Filian, a lot of really large names are associated with Mythic, and it's fucking insane. And to think that people think that there's a Mythic conspiracy to take down Cinder.
Sponsors. VShojo's talents have also been part of mostly UTA. Long story short, what they do is they read my inbox, they pass on the sponsors, they negotiate sponsors for me. They give me sponsors. I ask VShojo to sign, to add or sign a non-compete clause in the contract. What are sponsors? It's when a game pays you to play the game. So I was like, sign a non-compete, because if Mythic gives me a sponsor, let's just keep math really simple, right? If Mythic gives me a sponsor and says they'll pay you $100 if you play this game for an hour, I don't want VShojo to be legally able to go behind my back and contact the sponsor and say, she'll do it for 80, just so VShojo will then give the sponsor to me and they will be able to take the cut.
That makes sense. Like everything she's laying out there makes perfect sense with anybody with like 2 brain cells to rub together. Hell, even if you have 1 brain cell, that should make sense for just about anybody. If you have a company that is doing all these sponsor things and another company comes to you, goes behind your back to try to, negotiate a smaller company so they can get, money in return, for the same sponsorship, yeah, that's fucked up. Don't compete against them. Don't do that. Get a different sponsor. You want some revenue? Go over there and find a different sponsor. Don't find the same sponsor that you negotiated lower that I now lose money on. Don't do that. That's not rocket science. A fucking monkey could figure that out. Fucking Cloud could figure that out. And to think that people thought that Shy Lily was being disingenuous.
I want them to sign a non-compete so they can't do that. So VShojo can't go to the sponsor and be like, no, she'll do it for this much, just so they can give me the sponsor and they get their cut. I don't want that. Mythic got me the sponsor first. I want to sign a non-compete that you can't fuck over me and or Mythic. I want a non-compete.
Here I am asking too much of Twitter users to use their 0.1. You know what? You're right. You're right. Cloud, I'm saying you're smarter than your average V-tweeter out there. That's a compliment. But Owen Bro was right. I'm asking too much of literal schizos. Jesus. These people. I had a laugh. I know this is off topic, but I had a laugh yesterday. This is 2 days ago. I saw one of the V-tweeter extraordinaires out there going like they're planning this epic video on the Cinder situation. It's going to be taking all angles, both the pros and the cons, both sides, explaining how everybody involved was shit and definitely was a Mythic conspiracy. Then the other day I saw the exact same person go like, yeah, my Cinder video is going to be heavily delayed right now. This is prior to the VShojo stuff. Their reasoning was, I'm getting a lot of people reaching out to me with evidence of like what was happening, and it's turning out it's a big nothing burger that they end up sending me. So I'm struggling right now to make the video, so I'm putting it off for a little while. And I'm just sitting back going like, a lot of people made this video and it was pretty cut and dry on the situation. They went really simple with it because it wasn't that hard to figure out. But because you made it so hard, you now can't make your video and you're struggling to put it out there and you're making up excuses as to why you can't put out the video. I'm waiting for that video now. I'm waiting because I'm willing to bet you money it is going to be a fucking riot. These people still say Nanolis was playing the victim the entire time too much, and it's like she's a non-English speaking person being gaslit and manipulated by people that know how to speak English. Yeah, I think she can play the victim there.
Standard thing. Very standard thing. They didn't want to sign that. They said, when I brought this up, I have proof of everything, by the way, and before anyone tries to pull some weird sneaky shit or VShojo try some weird sneaky shit, I have proof of everything. I have proof of everything, okay? Everything.
Based.
The whole 2 hours of the first one and whatever of the next following meetings. I prove everything.
Don't fight with Shy Lily,
Anyways,
she'll kill you.
I got all the receipts.
In Minecraft.
Hours of receipts. Anyways, they then tried to argue when I asked about the non-compete. They were like, hey, we operate on a trust basis, and I was like, don't give a shit. Don't care. It's a contract. There is no trust in a contract. There is no trust basis. I know people like there is no trust. There is.
Trying to think that there's a trust basis here. If that shit ain't on black and white, there ain't no trust. You will backstab somebody immediately. OM, you think Mousy? I want that before Mousy streams next. I want it to already be at $1 million. I want that. I want to raise those numbers up so high that it's already at $1 million. That is my one true goal right now, is to get that before she streams. I don't think I can do that myself. I know I can't do that myself. I fight for scraps. I'm not trying to throw shade at my viewers here, okay? I love every time they give me some money. I accept it, and I love it, and I appreciate it because I know they worked hard for it. But I know I can't do that. I really am sitting here hoping and praying that they get it up to $1 million before she streams, because I want her to just skyrocket that amount. Just shoot that shit straight up into the moon, because I think it would be so fucking awesome. Dermy would backstab me. No, Cloud. I'm not a fucking coward. I'd stab you in your front.
No, fuck, we don't operate on jack shit except for the black on fucking white on this fucking contract. Trust basis. The second.
I love when Lily gets fired up. It's some of the most awesome comebacks ever. She gets so incendiary and so fucking based, and you're just sitting back, you know, put your feet up on the table and go like, fucking awesome. I love her. She's obviously playing it up for the sake of the show, but at the same time, it's so entertaining. And I know Cloud, but no, a dick move would to be to stab you in the back. I'm gonna look you in the eyes when I stab you, like a man. Why use stabbing when you can use? True, I could, but I'm gonna take Cloud down like a man. Use an axe.
Red flag was in this beautiful first interview where the very beautiful person in the very beginning, they presented everything of what VShojo can and will do for me. I asked straight up because the contract had none of that in there. Not one thing, except for the parts I want money off, not one of those things was part of it. The only thing part of it was the money they offer me a year and something else. I forgot about what it was, but there were two things. But there was just, again, transactional money things that they had to put in there. So not one thing that they offer me as a service was in there. So I simply asked, put them in a contract. Everything you offer, put it in a contract. Needlessly to say,
rightfully, put in the contract. If they're gonna offer you this, put in the contract. If it's not in the contract, they're not gonna offer it to you. If it's too good to be true, make sure it's in the contract. If it's in the contract, you can clap back at them. You can come back at them, go like, hey, we have a contractual agreement here. If you fuck up, I can sue you. Always put it in the contract. That's a smart move. Shy Lily here. Straight up fucking facts. Straight businesswoman. God damn, she's awesome. Maybe I will, Owen. Maybe I will.
That part never happened. And that is literally making a deal with the fucking devil, because if all of these things are things you promise, there is absolutely no reason to not have them in the contract. These are things you promise. You swore, that's your whole selling point. But when I ask you to put it on paper in the contract that you want me to sign, you refuse. No.
That's because it's too good to be true, and Lily figured it out. She might be a woman, she might have woman brain, but she's smart enough. She good businesswoman. No. The only thing, apart from all the negative, the only thing that was positive in this whole thing was when I asked VShojo if I can reach out to the other talents, because they're trying to hire me. They're trying to make me sign with the company. I said I want to reach out to the other girls and make sure they want me there. First of all, I want to make sure they're aware I'm being recruited. Second of all, I want to make sure they want me there because one part of my list of demands was I refuse. A verbal contract can actually be enforceable, to be real clear with you, Owen bro, but you need to make sure that that shit is recorded. And most people don't often get those recorded. Like, you have to have a ability to enforce that. If it's not recorded and you don't have like people over there to inform, like to guarantee that this actually happened, then yeah, you can't really do shit about it. It is a smarter idea to always have that down on pen and paper though, but you can enforce a verbal contract. God damn, I've been hanging out with Brad too much.
To do fake shit. I want that the girls want me there. And they did not tell me to not do that. So that was the only thing that I can be like, okay, cool. That's the only thing where they were like, you may reach out to the other parts of VShojo. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So that was the only good thing that was part of the contract or contract negotiation. They were fine with me reaching out to the other girls. And I did. Yeah, and I did. And after all that, I decided to not join. I decided if they can't put what I want in there, no. And the reason I call this legal robbery is, again, now that we have a bit more contact. Also, they wanted me to have quality payouts. I suggested that's bad. I don't want that. It makes it difficult.
I don't know what a quality payout is, so don't even ask me on that one.
To track stuff, and human error can persist during these. I don't want that. Which, you know, that isn't necessarily the biggest red flag. It's just like it leaves room for error that can be left unaccounted because it's difficult to.
God damn. I'm listening to her right now, and I'm like, I want to pull up my notebook and go like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh, man, I should God damn. She's smart. She got more than 2 brain cells. Okay, that's what we can establish here. Lily has more than 2 brain cells. That's more than me.
Keep track of these things. So, yeah. I noted down that there's nothing malicious with this.
Simp? Cloud. I mean, come on. Game respects game. You gotta respect when somebody's going like shit. It's actually fucking smart. And she looks like this right now, and you're like, shit. That's clever. All while she's in a chibi orca cat form. With like pajamas on or a costume. Her fucking catchphrase, womp womp. You have no game, Cloud. I have more game than you, bruh. For people with 1 brain cell, always run from contracts, though, lawyer. Oh yeah. If somebody ever brings me with an actual contract, I might legitimately go over to Brad, say, hey, can I hire you to help me out with this? And like, see if he can help me out with that, with an actual contract negotiation. I might not, no joke, actually do that because I would believe that Cloud, if there was a real contract, he could help me out with that one. Always go to a lawyer. If you don't know what the hell you're doing, go to a lawyer. Always a smart move. Don't try to negotiate a contract yourself. Even with Shy Lily here, the only criticism I would say, like, she figured this out. She's probably negotiated a lot of contracts. I would always go to a lawyer. You bring me a contract, I'm going to a lawyer. I'll pay that lawyer fee and everything like that. I want to make sure that this contract is in my best interest.
But if they take longer than 4 months to get a sponsor page to show up in the books, nothing malicious, but at least room for unnoticed error, because who the heck keeps track of every sponsor payout from over 4 months ago? We negotiated this to be closer to the industry standard payout lengths. Yeah. I also wanted to negotiate that any concept they help with, any lore, whatever the fuck is.
To be fair though, OM, it is technically, you don't need them to sign an NDA because it is covered under client confidentiality. So you wouldn't need them to actually sign an NDA. They're not legally allowed to go out there and talk about what it is that they talked about, or else you can take them to court and it's a violation. So they don't actually need an NDA.
100% owned by VShojo. I wanted to negotiate the splits on projects that VShojo is only a partial owner of these things. It's all belonging to me. They don't own any of this. They wanted 100% ownership of everything they help. I didn't like that. What else? I also wanted to argue that VShojo cannot take down whatever.
Yeah, Prof, I wasn't crying. I was sweating. That was pure sweat. There's no proof that I cried. It was sweat.
Whatever they want. If I make a tweet and VShojo doesn't like it, they have the right to ask me to take it down. I have I believe it was 1 week, but I'm not sure. But I wanted them to have a clause in the contract that basically makes it, you can ask me to take it down, but you can't force me. So if I don't want it,
Cloud, you moaned on a fucking stream. Nobody believes you.
If I don't want to take it down, you simply have to get rid of my contract. I don't like how they can force me to take something down, and I have to comply within, I think it was a week. I'm not 100% sure on that one. I have to actually check the actual contract. This is just my personal notes I'm looking through. But I didn't like that, so I wanted them to add that. I want to make sure they can't abuse this. So I wanted to negotiate this stuff that if I have a week to comply, and if I refuse to take it down, they can terminate my contract instead. That's what I wanted to do. I also wanted an editing team for YouTube relevance because they promise marketing and all kinds of other things. So I said I want an editing team and I want a base amount of things they do for YouTube, and I want to make sure they have a minimum effort a week that they have to reach for YouTube exposure and YouTube stuff. They didn't want to do that either.
Man, I wish I had free time to do half the shit Lily does. Like, I'm listening to all this and it's like, God damn, I want a YouTube team. Give me some YouTube exposure. Get me out there in the algorithm. Let's go, guys. Hit those likes, hit that shares, get me views. Actually, they may talk about it on a YouTube video without revealing the identities of contract and contracted. NDA stops them. So they're not even allowed to do that, but you are correct, OMB. It might be a smarter idea. At the same time, I also have to, there was something else. I don't know. She should get into it. She wanted a out clause, like the ability to end the contract, and they didn't give it to her. I don't know when she talks about that though, because that was one of the last things I heard about this, because I was listening to it sporadically.
The no conflict of interest negotiation, the do not compete hasn't been signed. There was no termination clause in the contract at all whatsoever, which means that I would have to go the full 2 years. I wanted them. Let me just check.
No termination clause, which is very interesting to see right now, considering all the VShojo members that are ending their clauses, like their contracts right now. They are straight up leaving right now. And I don't know when was the last time they negotiated their contracts. I believe some of them negotiated their contracts just like recently. That's one of the reasons you had I can never remember her name. Roach Queen. I can't remember her name. Shit, it's gonna Matara. One of the reasons she left was because they had contract negotiations and the negotiations practically fell through. That's one of the main reasons she ended up leaving. There was other reasons, of course, but that was one of the main reasons. So she ends up leaving because of the contract negotiations. But you see a bunch of other people, they obviously had to renegotiate their contracts, but yet they're leaving, so they had to have a contract clauses. Yeah, that is a big red flag, because it's pretty obvious that almost every other talent had a contract negotiation clause. There's no way that they didn't have a contract negotiation clause, especially right now. When you're seeing everything that's going on right now, there's no way they didn't have a contract negotiation closer clause.
Yeah, I want it so that when the contract renews, they have to inform me, and if I don't provide my signature for the contract renewal, the contract doesn't renew. I want them to terminate the contract if I don't renew. And I also, another reason, the exit clause, I mainly wrote this down. Sorry, I have to catch up on like my notes. I wrote this down because all of the things they offer, if they do not offer them, again, everything they promised, if they end up not fulfilling their end of the contract, I basically have my exit clause. So I don't even necessarily need them to have an exit clause, but I need them to have those things in there, because if they don't comply, I can dip. That's another reason as to why I want those things in there, because that basically becomes my exit clause. If I, for example, tell them, hey, if I have a problem with this, you have to help me. Hey, do not compete. Hey, do not do this, and this. And if I don't do those things, I can leave. We successfully negotiated, just to also have some positive things, we successfully negotiated security and safety issues. We successfully negotiated project management, such as lore videos, podcasts, VTuber animes, game show, 3D shows, D&D streams, 3D space technical expansion, and stuff like this. We successfully negotiated terms on operational marketing and everything tied to.
So obviously, like, going through the successful, I can't speak right now, the things that they did work through. Obviously, like, the contracts were moving. They were trying. They just didn't try hard enough, is what it boils down to. And it just, the risks were outweighing the rewards for Shy Lily, so she left. And this again goes back to my overall VTARD point that I was trying to point out. It doesn't make any sense that, like, just because this contract didn't work for Lily doesn't mean it didn't work for Michi. Doesn't mean it didn't work for Mataro. Well, it ended up not working out for Mataro, but that's besides the point. Henya, Kason, any of these people that were working there, Iron Mouse, just because the contracts didn't work for Shy Lily doesn't mean if you went to Shy Lily all those years before when she first applied, she wouldn't have said yes. Like, if you went, part of this is also where Shy Lily was at that period of time. You came to her when she was at becoming just super huge. She's still massive. She's still growing. She's still super popular. But you were at like part of her peak. 2023, great character, somebody perfect for our show. We want this person. But she's really established right now. She's an indie. She's fully alone. She has all these other things, and you want her now. She's going to be able to fight back a little bit, and you need to come back up with a really good foot forward. If it was back when she was smaller, not so successful, not with all like gamer subs or anything like that, super easy to get a hold of. Moaning is the first sign of becoming a femboy. Well, Cloud is a femboy.
Tied to it, and I said that I negotiated this because VShojo had the presentation when recruiting me for the first time, stating a bunch of services they promised to provide, to sell the idea of VShojo, but none of them are part of the contract, so we listed the most important ones in the contract to reflect that. But they didn't want to add all of these things in there. They said they would add them in there, but in the actual negotiation with the actual contract, it still ended up not being in there, so only partially. Yeah, the payouts wasn't a red flag, it was just questionable because I wanted to be more industry standard based. Let me just see. Sorry, this is a long note. Oh yeah, there was one thing that
Cloud's angry. I think he needs to go to bed.
we agreed on because there was a clause in the contract that they own all my material basically indefinitely, which sounds fucked up. But their reasoning, and I understand, is if I'm part of VShojo and they have a music video of mine up, for example, and I terminate my contract, they would have to take it down too, because I no longer own my IP, because I own my own IP. But I think successfully, in my notes, it's marked as successful, but the problem is those notes are before we negotiated the contract on paper. This were verbal negotiations, but I just said like, yeah, too. But I basically said that stuff that I created and uploaded while being part of VShojo can stay up, but you don't own any of my whatever forever. So I wanted this clause to be more specific in the contract, that I understand what they tried to do. They don't want to get fucked over by tenants leaving and then having to delete their existence from everything. All the merch, all the videos, all the music stuff ever created, all the concerts, all the commentary, all the...
That makes sense. Everything she's saying right now, that actually makes sense. Especially for how VShojo, well, ran. Like, you own your IP. That was one of the more appealing aspects of VShojo is you, like, all the people that are leaving right now. The reason Iron Mouse is coming out and saying I am Iron Mouse indie now, the reason Henya is saying I'm indie now, all these people are saying they're indie is they own their IP. They actually, like, if Shy Lily comes on, becomes a part of VShojo, leaves, no longer a part of VShojo, she's still Shy Lily. That was one of the big difference between like things like Niji Sanji or Hololive or probably Face Connect even though has any Face Connect talent graduated or left? I don't really think so. The big difference there is, at least with, I'll use Hololive, Gura. Okay, Gura was Hololive. Okay, Gura belonged to Hololive. Gura didn't own her own IP. Now she's Saba. She had to make her own new IP. Saba's all hers. That's her IP. You can't take that away from her. Gura they could, because Gura belonged to Hololive. That was the difference between VShojo and Hololive, and one of the more appealing aspects of VShojo. You own you. You come in with your model, you leave with your model. You come in with your IP, you leave with your IP. That made sense, and that was a very appealing aspect to VShojo. VShojo shouldn't have used the term non-negotiable with the top talent who reached the peak and is still growing. Everything is negotiable. Yeah. VShojo should have negotiated. If they wanted a Shy Lily, they needed to negotiate. Back up that fucking truckload of money. That's how you get Shy Lily.
Everything ever created they can't go through all of this every time a talent leaves and delete everything. But I wanted them to reflect that this will only ever reflect stuff that is created as part of VShojo. Nothing before, nothing after, nothing following. I don't have a business degree, I just have a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful lawyer who may or may not have dealt with contracts of it may have been suspiciously enough a very similar contract. So this wasn't the first rodeo.
See? I said it earlier. Get a damn good lawyer. Always get a lawyer to negotiate your contracts. Even Shy Lily has a good lawyer.
I just have a great, amazing lawyer. I love him so much. But yeah, and then I asked him to knock all of the third-party stuff out of the contract, which in my notes I marked as resolved and successfully negotiated. But again, once we actually did get to the contracting phase, with their lawyer, who was very unprofessional, by the way, because she was constantly just zoning out. She constantly didn't know where the fuck we were.
She didn't have enough cocaine, that's why.
Time we needed her to reply to something, she was always doing like can you repeat that for me? Can we go over this again? I'm like, bitch, you ain't paying attention. Holy shit, you're not paying any attention. You're literally zoned the fuck out anyways.
You can see the appeal of Shy Lily, obviously. This is her cute form. Imagine Cloud, her normal form, which is big titty and jigglies.
So that was just frustrating, because I was like, you're supposed to be my lawyer when I'm joining? Ugh! I also didn't like her condescending tone whenever she spoke about industry standards and making me and my lawyer feel like the people who don't know what we're talking about, when we are the actual golden standard of industry standards. We did not ask in anything.
Adam, you're an old curmudgeon that's older than dirt itself. Like, I'm not expecting to change you yet.
Something that isn't industry standard. I just was so
Cloud, just go on Shy Lily's actual Twitter account and just look at some of the art.
Excited to join.
Don't go on the not safe for work stuff. If you go on I'm not sending you there. If you go there this time, that's on you. Just go to her normal account, look at her normal art. Jesus Christ.
the girls, and we literally only did everything super industry standard. But they're the ones who always claim that all of their cuts and everything is industry standard. Also, another thing with everything that's bad, I would like to note, VShojo does not take a cut of your Twitch dashboard, at least that I've been assured.
Cloud, I said nothing. You are not allowed to go over there. I don't want to hear it. I am not dropping that box of porn on your fucking lap. Get the fuck out. Just look at her normal human art. Well, not human art, but her normal fan art.
Of the cuts they take is money from sponsors, third-party deals, merch, blah blah blah. But like I said, as a year-long successful indie, I wanted them to stay away from all third-party shit they have nothing to do with.
As an engineering student, we are taught that everything related to contracts and have been made to study how to draft a contract. VShojo did everything you can do wrong in a contract with Shy Lily. I was an engineering student. I'm looking back at potentially going back to engineering school, mainly to get my I can't think what it's called. It's not contract, certificate. Mainly to get my certificate just so I can do the actual contracting. I never got the actual like looking at the contract stuff, but it makes perfect sense to actually go and look at the contract. Make sure that you're scanning over that contract because you're going to be signing your name on that and you get committed to it. Cloud, I swear to God, I did not send you to that one. I said no. I said no, Cloud. Bad. I'm gonna tell your mom.
And they just couldn't comply with.
But yeah, VShojo just completely dropped the ball in this negotiation. Completely dropped the ball. If they can't, that fucking truck, you gotta come up with that truck. You didn't come up with that truck. You gave her a briefcase. You needed a truck. And it wasn't good enough, so she said, fuck you. So yeah, when she says that it was highway robbery, it might be a little hyperbolic, but let's be real fair here. It was robbery. She's also pointing out that it wasn't a contract for her. Other people it might have worked out with, and obviously it was working out with a lot of people for a very long amount of time. Just not long enough. And like, we pretty much did the Shy Lily thing here, but let me go solo, and then I'm going to start wrapping this up. This, like, it's not just Shy Lily who had issues with like the contracts or anything like that, or what was going on there. I'm going to pull these up real quick. And then I'm going to call it a night, but we can come over here. Like Pseudo here. Fun fact, I was contacted for an opportunity to join VShojo back in 2023, along with Shy Lily. And I'm very glad it didn't go through. Please support Mouse and support the Immunodeficiency Foundation, y'all. Pseudo, super big name. Male VTuber, not as big as like Shy Lily or Bao or anything like that, but he's very big. He's super successful. He is a actual person that does really good shit. And he even said no. You can come over here. We have Joel, Marionette VTuber. I once applied to join to VShojo and didn't even make it past the first round. Not even an email back. My first and last attempt to ever join a company was right then. I've been growing with my community since, and so can all of you. Don't get delusioned by this. Forge your own path. Obviously, preaching the pros of indie, I will also say, sometimes, you know what? If you don't want to be an indie, there are good corpos out there. Base Connect exists. If you want to try for Hololive, shoot for the stars, go ahead, shoot for the stars. There are good corpos still out there. I don't believe corpos are going anywhere anytime soon, but you need to be very careful with your contracts. Know what you're looking at. Feel it out. Talk to a lawyer. Don't go in willy-nilly. Okay? You can do it. I believes in the people. The talents are insanely cool and wonderful people. If you loved them before, you will still love them now. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Disillusioned, you retard. Fuck off. The lovely Sherry. Oh, you're on that side, huh, Cloud? Yeah, he admitted to it, Sherry. He admitted to it. We also, oh, what, this is something later. This is just telling you how big this situation got. You got both Fillion and Smugalana talking about this live on stream, which Fillion is a massive indie VTuber. Massive. If she's watching this live on her stream, you know this got viral. But we also have Chibidoki. I remember editing 2-minute application to VShojo back when they were doing applications in like 2021. I deleted it last minute after realizing, number one, I was very too small and didn't know any of the girls, so they would never consider me. Number 2, something told me in my gut to stay independent. I don't think in a million years I would have been considered, but it still makes me go, wow, what if? Please take care of yourselves, guys. Be safe. And this is another thing. Like, it's perfectly fine to be either or. Chibi, Joel, Shoto, preach the joys of indie. Bows, preaching the joys of indie. There's a lot of people out there preaching the joys of indie. I'm also going to say, if you don't want to be an indie, you don't have to be an indie. There are good corpos out there. It just takes work. You have to figure out what's right for you. There's good talent agencies out there. Kirsch, indie for the longest time. She reached a point where she couldn't just be an indie anymore. She needed help. She joined up with Mythic. There are agencies out there to help you. You can figure it out, and it's about finding what's right for you. Just because VShojo and Niji exists out there doesn't mean they're all like that. Just because there's a shitty talent agency here doesn't mean this talent agency shit here. Maybe, guess what? Maybe you become, if you're a corpo now, maybe you become like Saba or Nimi. Just grow apart. And you can be perfectly fine as an indie. You need to be an indie. Those situations are going to happen. It's going to just be how it feels out, and it's going to go from person to person. Singing the praise of indies is great, but it is very personal. You need what's right for you. And I'm now going to jump off my soapbox because I'm going to start wrapping it up. I'm also going to turn on my background music again. This is a filtering process, and many people will be aware about the contracts and will be vigilant for a long time. It's a eureka moment. Wild Chibidoki spot. That's true. Yeah, I firmly agree with that. This is going to be a moment. What we're seeing here is a moment in which people are going like, hey, this was one of our top corpos out there. One that everybody thought was a-okay. Even with all the talent leaving, people still thought it was a-okay. People still thought people were just fine. Nobody knew until the curtain was raised. We saw the decrepit old man Adam behind it. Jump, the soapbox collapse. Fuck off, Adam. Anyways. Like, nobody knew. And that's what's really scaring people right now, is the knowledge that VShojo, top of the top, best in the world, something fantastic and amazing. Everybody wanted to be a part of it. One of the big 3, in my opinion. Even though Niji Sanji fell down, it was still, I guess, big 3. 2 of those big 3 are shit. Hollow Life isn't really adding new people on, but that's because they're going in a completely different direction. Doesn't mean that there's not something out there, and that also doesn't mean that there's not going to be another corpo that can supplant any of these people and show up and be just better, outright better than them. That doesn't mean that that's not going to exist. You need to find what's right for you. Sometimes that's growing away. Sometimes that's finding a talent agency. Sometimes that's being a corpo. It just depends on your current situation. Mouse was the foundation of VShojo, and the pillars too. It's crumbling down. 100%. Mouse basically, she says she didn't want to do it, and I believe her. Bravest fucking thing ever. But Mouse didn't just curb stomp VShojo. Mouse curb stomped it and then Clintoned it. That's what Mouse did right there. Fucking based and super fucking brave. Literal superhero moment there. I'm gonna start wrapping it up though. I'm trying to look at everything that I have left in my long list. By the way, let's do a check-in on the actual donos. Right now sitting at $746,000. I still think we can get there. I still think people can succeed and actually get this up to $1 million before Iron Mouse streams next. She's talking about streaming again this week. I still believe in this fucking fund. I think it's so awesome to see that it's well surpassed its actual goal by this point. Made more money than what was aimed for originally, and Mouse is gonna make a fuck ton of money off of this. I'm gonna try to figure out how to maybe incorporate this into Ballbusters. I'm gonna try to figure something out. I don't know yet. I can't make any promises. I want to, but at the same time, I don't know how. So I'm gonna play around with stuff. But if I'm looking at what's left on my list, did this one, and I did Henya. I'm just double checking my list, guys. I haven't even gone through the Zentrea video is going to be one that you guys are going to struggle with. I didn't even go through the fact that they haven't paid contractors. I haven't gone through. You know what? I'll do this just at the very end, just to give us a laugh, because it is funny and it's from Baxter and it's a little short. It's a little short. This is funny. We'll watch this and then we'll call it a night. But this is from Baxter. It's only 44 seconds long. I found it hilarious.
At VShojo, we believe our talents aren't just workers, they're family. And like family, we guilt them into shutting the fuck up. From the moment you walk through our doors, we're here for you. Listening, supporting, and going the extra mile to ensure that you can give us more money.
Fucking love this. This is so fucking funny.
At VShojo, we celebrate your victories, big and small, and stand by you for every challenge. Unless that challenge is being harassed for playing Harry Potter, then you're on your own. And when you do charity, don't worry. Your donations are secure with us. Secure to be given to the charity? Nah, we're keeping that shit.
I need to go back. Secure to be given to that charity? Nah,
we're keeping that shit. Fuck them kids, bruh.
I fucking love this. I love this shit. I need to do that one again.
Playing Harry Potter, then you're on your own. And when you do charity, don't worry. Your donations are secure with us. Secure to be given to the charity? Nah, we're keeping that shit. Fuck them kids, bruh. VShojo, where our talents have freedom. The freedom to get fucked over.
That's funny. That was funny. I saw that and I had to bring that one up. I had to. Fucking Baxter's hilarious. I love Baxter, and he's a part of Kirsch's crew and shit like that. And he stands with Kirsch. I could have swore I was following Baxter. I feel bad. I could have swore I was following Baxter. But yeah, Cloud is a hopeless schooner, not a hoe. Well, he's a hopeless schooner hoe. How about that? Merging the two. But anyways, guys, again, I do have more shit to go over. I might have to do it tomorrow because there's the tech tone shit that is legitimately like insane right now. He had a video. There's still Giga's response. I do have Michi's response. I want to go over all the girls and all their tweets because there's some really insane shit there. Like Silvervale's tweet in particular was just wild. Like you thought one NDA was what you thought NDAs were a problem here. Silvervale tops it. So there's that to go over. There's still so much, and I could save Zentrea's video for later, mainly because, again, like, if you guys want to know why I'm saying Zentrea is going to be a struggle for you guys, I'll just start her video.
I can't really say too much. I know you guys got a lot, you know.
You guys are going to struggle through that one, but Zentrea does do a good video there. I think you guys, it is informative, but at the same time, like, you guys are going to struggle through that one. But I'm going to leave it right there for right now. If you guys want to help out, again, donate to the IDF Fund, help out wherever you can, share it out, do whatever you can. This is freaking awesome. Like, this whole situation is shit. But at the same time, I love the fact that out of all this shit, there's still hope in the world. We're watching that fund just skyrocket, and that proves that this world isn't shit. I usually say it's shit, but that proves that this world isn't shit, and people have been able to take a really shitty situation and just turn it into gold. And that's something that I think it shines a light on just how good people can be, even the majority of the time they're not. So with me now getting off my philosophical rants, please, guys, like the stream, share it out with people, do all the good stuff. You guys are all awesome. I'm gonna have to sleep on it. I might have to DM Alf tomorrow and go like, hey, yeah, I can't play Troopers again. I got another thing here because holy fuck, the amount of information that just keeps coming out about VShojo. For all I know, tomorrow they drop the PR shit. You know what? Before I leave, why don't I take a look at their account? Why don't I take a quick look at VShojo? Because I'm already seeing shit's going south right now. What the fuck's going on? No, but what's in my notifications? What's going on over here? Oh, she just mouse tweeted out about how awesome this shit is. Sorry. Still good in the world. Sorry, I'm tweeting something. Sorry, tweeting something out. Tweeting something out. I know. I'm being a little girl. I'm being a little girl. Everybody's just pointing out how awesome this is right now to see people grow. No, I already did that. That is not something new. Kason gave me courage. That's awesome. Let me double check. Matara, Mint Phantom, big love to my stinky girl. Oh, Mint Phantom made a thing, so I'm gonna have to probably bring that up tomorrow. So yeah, I'm gonna have to tell him. I was gonna Minecraft you if you skip out tomorrow. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here to mourn the death of Dermy Wormy. Why did he die? Well, he was talking VTubers. But until next time, guys, you all have a wonderful night. You all have a wonderful time wherever you go. And I will see you guys all on the next one. Bye for now.